Story 1. The old mill stood like a forgotten relic on the outskirts of our small town, its weathered wooden boards creaking in the wind that swept through the overgrown fields. As children, we whispered tales of its haunted past, stories of ghostly apparitions, eerie whispers, and strange noises that echoed through the night. Most townsfolk avoided the mill, dismissing it as a place of superstition and fear. But for me, curiosity outweighed caution. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast long shadows across the landscape, I found myself drawn to the mill once more. The air was tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth, the sky ablaze with hues of orange and purple. It was a scene straight out of a Gothic novel, ripe with mystery and anticipation. I approached the mill cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves that blanketed the ground. The building loomed before me, its silhouette stark against the fading light. Windows shattered and boarded up stared back like hollow eyes, remnants of a bygone era when the mill was alive with the hum of machinery and the bustle of workers. As I neared the entrance, a chill ran down my spine, a premonition, perhaps, of the secrets that lay dormant within. The door stood ajar, hinges rusted and protesting with each creaking movement. I hesitated, my hand poised to push it open, when suddenly a flicker of light danced from within the darkness of the mill. My heart skipped a beat. Who could be inside? The mill had been abandoned for years, its crumbling walls and sagging roof a testament to neglect and decay. Yet there it was, a soft, warm glow that beckoned like a beacon in the gathering gloom. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The air was heavy with dust and the musty scent of old wood. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the roof, casting ethereal patterns on the dusty floorboards. I moved cautiously, my senses alert to every creak and groan of the aging structure. The source of the light eluded me at first, flickering and elusive like a will-o'-the-wisp. But as I ventured deeper into the mill's labyrinthine corridors, I finally came upon a small chamber tucked away in a forgotten corner. There, bathed in the soft glow of a single lantern, was a sight that froze me in my tracks, a figure, hunched over an ancient workbench strewn with tools and scraps of leather. Its back was turned to me, its movements precise and deliberate as it worked by the flickering light. "Hello," I called out tentatively, my voice echoing in the stillness of the mill. The figure stiffened, then slowly turned to face me. I gasped, a woman, her features weathered by time and hardship, yet illuminated by a warmth that belied her ghostly surroundings. Her eyes, deep and soulful, met mine with a mixture of surprise and resignation. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly, her voice a whisper carried on the breeze. I'm sorry," I stammered, caught off guard by her unexpected presence. I saw the light, I thought. She regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and weariness. "No one comes here anymore," she murmured, more to herself than to me. "They've all forgotten." Forgotten what I ventured, my curiosity overcoming my initial apprehension. She hesitated, as if weighing the wisdom of sharing her story. And then, with a sigh, she motioned for me to sit beside her on a weathered stool. I obliged, drawn by the need to unravel the mystery that surrounded this abandoned mill and the enigmatic woman who dwelled within its walls. "My name is Eliza," she began, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of sadness. "I was born in this town, just as my mother and her mother before her. The mill has always been a part of our family's legacy, a place where dreams were woven into fabric and life unfolded in the rhythmic clatter of looms." I listened, captivated by her tale. Eliza spoke of a time when the mill thrived, its halls alive with the laughter of children and the camaraderie of workers. But as the years passed and progress marched inexorably forward, the demand for handmade textiles waned and the mill fell into disrepair. "When my father passed, I inherited the mill," Eliza continued, her eyes distant as she gazed into the flickering light. I couldn't bear to see it crumble into dust, so I stayed. I repaired what I could, salvaged what remained of our family's legacy. As she spoke, I glimpsed the pride and determination that had sustained her through years of solitude and hardship. The mill had become her sanctuary, a refuge from a world that had moved on without her. But why keep it a secret, I asked softly, my heart going out to this woman who had dedicated her life to preserving a piece of history that had been all but forgotten. Eliza smiled sadly. Some memories are too painful to share, she admitted, and some truths are better left undisturbed. I nodded, understanding dawning within me. The mill was more than just a building. It was a repository of memories and emotions, a testament to resilience and perseverance in the face of adversity. As the night wore on, Eliza showed me around the mill, sharing anecdotes and stories that breathed life into its dusty corridors and silent machinery. Together, we explored forgotten rooms and hidden alcoves, each filled with remnants of a bygone era. And as the first light of dawn filtered through the mill's broken windows, I realized that I had stumbled upon more than just a forgotten relic of the past. I had found a kindred spirit in Eliza, a woman whose quiet strength and unwavering devotion had kept the mill's legacy alive against all odds. I left the mill that morning with a sense of awe and gratitude, knowing that I had been witness to something sacred and profound. The old mill continued to echo with the whispers of its storied past, but now its walls held a new story, a story of resilience, of heritage, and of the enduring power of the human spirit to breathe life into the echoes of history. Story 2. It was a cool autumn evening when Jake Davis found himself cruising down Route 22, a winding road flanked by dense woods on either side. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of fiery orange and purple in its wake. Jake, a practical man with a penchant for skepticism, had never put much stock in ghost stories or urban legends. Yet, what transpired that night would challenge his beliefs in ways he could never have imagined. Jake had just finished a long day at the construction site where he worked, his mind weary from the physical labor and the endless tasks that demanded his attention. As he drove his pickup truck along the familiar stretch of road, thoughts of the weekend ahead and a well-deserved break occupied his mind. Little did he know, fate had other plans in store for him. As he rounded a bend, headlights cutting through the darkness, Jake spotted a figure standing by the roadside, a young woman with long, dark hair and a pale blue dress that fluttered in the evening breeze. Her thumb was extended in the universal gesture of a hitchhiker seeking a ride. Instinctively, Jake slowed his truck to a stop beside her, rolling down the window to offer assistance. "Need a lift?" he called out, his voice carrying over the hum of the engine and the rustling leaves. The woman turned toward him, her face illuminated by the glow of the truck's headlights. She seemed weary, yet there was a glint of gratitude in her eyes as she nodded silently and climbed into the passenger seat. "Thanks," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "No problem," Jake replied, his practical nature kicking in as he assessed the situation. She looked young, maybe in her early 20s, with an air of vulnerability that tugged at his conscience. "Where are you headed?" "Just a few miles up the road," she replied, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery outside the window. The journey continued in silence, punctuated only by the occasional exchange of directions and the rhythmic hum of the tires on the asphalt. Jake stole glances at his passenger from time to time, noting her subdued demeanor and the pensive expression that clouded her features. As they approached the designated drop-off point, Jake pulled over to the side of the road and turned to address the woman. "Here we are," he said, gesturing toward the darkened stretch of highway ahead. But when he turned fully to face her, a chill swept through him, an inexplicable sensation that prickled the hairs on the back of his neck. The passenger seat was empty. Confusion clouded Jake's mind as he scanned the interior of his truck, searching for any trace of the young woman who had been sitting beside him mere moments ago. There was nothing, no lingering scent of perfume, no indentation on the seat where she had sat, only the faint echo of her voice lingering in the air. "Where did she go?" Jake muttered to himself, his heart racing with a mixture of disbelief and unease. He stepped out of the truck, casting a wary glance around the deserted roadside. The woods loomed dark and foreboding, their secrets concealed within the shadows that stretched across the landscape. There was no sign of the hitchhiker, no trace that she had ever been there at all. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Jake climbed back into the driver's seat and continued his journey home. The encounter haunted him, replaying in his mind like a persistent echo that refused to fade. He questioned his own perception, grappling with the inexplicable nature of what he had witnessed. That night, Jake tossed and turned in his bed, sleep eluding him as he wrestled with unanswered questions. Who was the young woman? Where had she vanished so suddenly? And most perplexing of all, had he imagined the entire encounter? The following day, Jake couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him like a shroud. He sought solace in the familiarity of his routine, yet thoughts of the mysterious hitchhiker plagued his thoughts. Determined to find answers, he confided in a close friend, Mike, over a couple of beers at their local bar. "You picked up a ghost," Mike teased, though his tone held a hint of curiosity. "I don't know what I picked up," Jake admitted, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "But she was there one moment, and then she wasn't. It doesn't make any sense." Mike listened intently, his expression sobering as Jake recounted the details of the encounter. "You're not the first person to have an experience like this," Mike remarked, his voice low. "There are stories, urban legends, they say, of hitchhikers who vanish into thin air once they reach their destination." Jake scoffed at the notion, his skepticism warring with the unsettling reality of his own experience. "Ghosts, urban legends. I'm not sure what to believe anymore," he muttered, taking a long sip of his beer. Days turned into weeks, and life resumed its usual rhythm for Jake. Yet the memory of the vanishing hitchhiker lingered in the back of his mind, a puzzle with no clear solution, a mystery that defied rational explanation. One evening, as Jake made his way home from work along Route 22, he caught sight of a roadside memorial, a simple cross adorned with flowers and weathered by time. Curiosity piqued, he pulled over and approached the makeshift tribute, reading the inscription etched into the wooden plaque. "In loving memory of Emily Jacobs, beloved daughter and sister, gone but never forgotten." The name sent a shiver down Jake's spine, a name that echoed faintly in the recesses of his memory, a name that bore an uncanny resemblance to the young woman he had encountered that fateful night. Could it be possible? Jake wondered, his mind racing with a newfound sense of understanding. Had he unwittingly given a ride to the spirit of Emily Jacobs, a lost soul seeking solace in the fleeting warmth of human companionship? The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with startling clarity. Emily Jacobs, a name now forever etched in Jake's memory, had vanished from his truck not because she had never been there, but because she had found peace at last, a fleeting moment of connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. With a sense of closure that eased the weight of uncertainty from his shoulders, Jake continued his journey home, his thoughts lingering on the enigmatic encounter that had forever altered his perception of the world around him. As he drove along Route 22, the road stretched out before him like an endless ribbon of asphalt, weaving through the tapestry of his thoughts and memories. And though the mystery of the vanishing hitchhiker would remain a tale whispered in hushed tones among friends and skeptics alike, for Jake Davis, it was a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths lie hidden in the spaces between disbelief and wonder. Story 3. The Whispering Woods lay nestled behind the old church in the heart of the small, secluded town of Oak Ridge. As the town's folklores and superstitions went, The woods were a place to be avoided, a realm where the boundaries between the living and the unseen blurred. Stories whispered of eerie encounters, of voices that beckoned from the shadows, luring the unwary deeper into the labyrinthine trees. Among the residents of Oak Ridge was Sarah, a young woman with a keen sense of curiosity that often got her into trouble. She had grown up hearing the tales of the Whispering Woods, how they seemed to come alive at dusk, murmuring secrets that only the brave or foolish dared to uncover. Sarah, however, harbored a deep-seated fascination with the unknown, a desire to unravel the mysteries that shrouded the woods in an aura of dread. One chilly autumn afternoon, Sarah found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Woods. The sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, dappling the ground with patches of golden light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, carrying with it a whisper of voices, a soft, unintelligible murmur that seemed to echo in the stillness. Despite the warnings that echoed in her mind, Sarah felt drawn to the woods. She had heard tales of lost treasures hidden among the trees, of ancient artifacts that held the secrets of generations long past. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, she took her first cautious steps into the shadowed realm. The air grew cooler as Sarah ventured deeper into the woods. The canopy of trees overhead formed a natural vault, filtering the sunlight into muted hues of green and gold. Fallen leaves crunched underfoot, creating a haunting melody that accompanied her solitary journey. As she walked, Sarah's senses heightened. She listened intently, straining to catch any hint of the whispers that had drawn her here. The forest seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, alive with unseen presences that watched her progress with a wary curiosity. Hours passed in a haze of exploration. Sarah wandered aimlessly among the ancient oaks and towering pines, her mind racing with thoughts of what secrets the Whispering Woods might hold. She came across a small clearing bathed in ethereal light, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. The whispers grew louder here, a chorus of voices that seemed to dance on the edge of comprehension. In the heart of the clearing stood an old stone well, its weathered surface adorned with moss and ivy. Sarah approached cautiously, her pulse quickening with anticipation. Legends spoke of a wishing well hidden within the Whispering Woods, a place where dreams took form and desires were whispered into existence. With trembling fingers, Sarah retrieved a small coin from her pocket, a token of her intent, a symbol of her hopes and fears. She closed her eyes, whispering a silent prayer as she tossed the coin into the depths of the well. It splashed into the water below with a faint echo, sending ripples across the surface like whispers carried on the wind. For a moment, nothing happened. Sarah held her breath, waiting for a sign, a response from the mystical forces that governed the well. Then, as if in answer to her unspoken plea, a soft glow emanated from the water, a shimmering light that danced upon the surface, reflecting her own wavering image back at her. Her heart pounding with a mixture of awe and disbelief, Sarah reached into the well and retrieved the coin. It gleamed in her palm, imbued with a warmth that seemed to defy explanation. She tucked it safely away, a keepsake of her encounter with the unknown, a reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden within the Whispering Woods. As dusk descended upon the forest, Sarah reluctantly prepared to leave. The whispers around her grew fainter, their voices fading into the gathering darkness. She retraced her steps through the winding paths, her mind buzzing with the secrets she had unearthed and the unanswered questions that lingered in the air. Just as she neared the edge of the woods, a sudden chill swept through the air, a cold, unsettling presence that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Sarah froze, sensing eyes upon her, unseen but palpable in their intensity. "Who dares to disturb our sanctuary?" a voice echoed through the trees, its tone ancient and filled with authority. Sarah spun around, searching for the source of the voice. Shadows shifted among the trees, forms flickering at the edge of her vision. She felt a surge of fear, coupled with a strange fascination, an acknowledgement that she had trespassed into a realm beyond mortal understanding. I meant no harm," Sarah managed to stammer, her voice trembling in the stillness. "I only sought to uncover the truth, to understand." The voice interrupted her, its presence looming closer. "Curiosity is a dangerous path," young one it intoned. "The woods hold secrets that are not meant for mortal eyes. Leave now, before it is too late." With a shiver, Sarah nodded, her resolve faltering in the face of the unknown. She backed away slowly, keeping her gaze fixed on the shifting shadows that surrounded her. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that seemed to echo her retreat. As she emerged from the whispering woods, Sarah glanced back one last time. The forest stood silent and still, its secrets veiled once more in darkness. She knew she had stumbled upon something far greater than herself, a realm where ancient powers dwelled, where mysteries lay hidden beneath the earth and within the hearts of those who dared to seek them. From that day forward, Sarah carried with her the memory of the Whispering Woods, a place of enchantment and danger, where whispers beckoned and secrets whispered. She respected the warnings of the townsfolk, knowing that some mysteries were best left undisturbed, their truths preserved in the silence of the ancient trees. Story 4. The neighborhood of Willow Grove had always exuded an air of tranquility with its tree-lined streets and neatly manicured lawns. Yet, nestled at the end of Briarwood Lane stood a house that defied the serenity around it, a dilapidated Victorian mansion with boarded-up windows and overgrown ivy creeping up its weathered facade. The locals whispered of its dark history, of tragedies that had befallen its occupants decades ago, leaving the once grand estate to crumble into disrepair. I had moved to Willow Grove seeking a fresh start, drawn by the promise of peaceful suburban life. My new neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, greeted me warmly when I first arrived, eager to share neighborhood gossip and stories of bygone days. But her cheerful demeanor faltered whenever the subject turned to the abandoned mansion down the street. "It's been empty for as long as I can remember," she confided in hushed tones over tea in her cozy kitchen. "But there's something not right about that place, mark my words. Strange things have happened there." Intrigued despite, or perhaps because of her ominous warning, I found myself stealing glances at the mansion whenever I passed by. Its towering silhouette seemed to loom over Briarwood Lane like a specter of the past, its windows staring blankly into the street, as if hiding secrets within its shadowed halls. One chilly autumn evening, as dusk painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, Mrs. Thompson appeared at my doorstep, with a look of grave concern etched upon her wrinkled face. "You won't believe what happened," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "My niece, Sarah, she claims she saw someone in the window of that old house, a figure staring down at her from the upstairs bedroom." I listened intently as Mrs. Thompson recounted Sarah's tale, a tale that sent shivers down my spine. According to Sarah, she had been walking her dog past the mansion when movement caught her eye. Glancing up, she saw a faint outline of a person standing motionless behind the dusty glass of an upstairs window. The figure's gaze, she swore, had pierced through the darkness with an intensity that chilled her to the bone. Naturally, Sarah's sighting sparked a flurry of speculation among the neighbors. Some dismissed it as a trick of the fading light or a figment of an overactive imagination. Others, like Mrs. Thompson, harbored deeper concerns, recalling whispered legends of restless spirits and spectral guardians said to haunt the mansion's neglected corridors. Despite my initial skepticism, I found myself drawn into the mystery of the abandoned house. The following days were filled with covert glances toward its imposing structure, as if expecting to catch a glimpse of the elusive watcher at the window. Each time, however, the mansion remained ominously silent, its secrets locked away behind boarded-up windows and overgrown gardens. But curiosity, as they say, is a relentless pursuer. One moonlit night, when the veil between reality and imagination seemed at its thinnest, I found myself standing at the wrought iron gate that marked the threshold to the mansion's overgrown grounds. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, and the distant hum of crickets lent an eerie soundtrack to my clandestine mission. Heart pounding, I slipped through the gate and ventured toward the mansion with cautious steps. The gravel crunched beneath my feet, echoing in the stillness of the night like an intruder's call. Moonlight filtered through tangled branches, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the mansion's weather-beaten walls. I approached the front door, its once grand facade now marred by peeling paint and cracked wood. With trembling fingers, I tested the handle, half expecting it to be locked tight against trespassers. To my surprise, or perhaps my apprehension, it yielded with a faint creak, swinging open on rusty hinges to reveal a yawning darkness within. The interior of the mansion was a labyrinth of abandoned rooms and echoing corridors, each step stirring dust that had settled undisturbed for years. Moonlight filtered through gaps in boarded-up windows, casting ghostly patterns upon the faded wallpaper and threadbare carpets. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and neglect, a testament to the mansion's slow descent into ruin. I navigated through the maze-like interior, my senses on high alert for any sign of movement or sound. Whispers of my own footsteps echoed ominously, blending with the occasional rustle of rodents scurrying through forgotten corners. The mansion seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a spectral presence that watched and waited in the shadows. As I ascended a grand staircase, its once elegant banister now coated in dust and cobwebs, a chill crept down my spine. I felt as if unseen eyes followed my every move, guiding me toward an uncertain fate. My pulse quickened with a mix of fear and exhilaration, driven by a compulsion to uncover the truth that lay hidden within these haunted walls. At the end of a long hallway, illuminated faintly by moonlight filtering through a cracked window, I found the room Sarah had described, the upstairs bedroom with the ominous window. The door stood partially ajar, inviting me to step inside and confront the mystery that had captivated my thoughts for days. With a deep breath, I pushed open the door and entered the room. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, protesting the intrusion into its solemn vigil. The air was colder here, carrying with it a sense of solemnity that bordered on reverence. And there, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, stood the window, the very same window from which Sarah claimed to have seen the figure staring down at her. My eyes scanned the room, searching for any trace of the watcher who had haunted her dreams and fueled the neighborhood's fears. But the room was empty. No figure lurked behind the glass, no shadowy presence lingered in the corners. Only the stillness of the night and the faint whisper of wind through cracked panes greeted me in response. Confusion mingled with relief as I realized the mansion held no spectral guardian, no malevolent spirit guarding its forsaken halls. The watcher at the window, it seemed, existed only in the realm of rumor and imagination, a reflection of fears and uncertainties that had taken root in the fertile soil of gossip and legend. Descending the staircase with newfound resolve, I emerged from the mansion's depths into the cool embrace of night. The gate creaked shut behind me, sealing the mansion once more within its lonely enclave of overgrown gardens and forgotten memories. As I made my way back along Briarwood Lane, the weight of the night's revelations settled upon my shoulders. The mystery of the abandoned mansion remained unsolved, its secrets preserved in the silence of crumbling walls and boarded-up windows. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the true watcher at the window had been none other than the collective imagination of a community haunted by the specter of its own fears. Story 5. The old library stood as a majestic relic of a bygone era, its towering stone facade and Gothic architecture casting a solemn shadow over the bustling city streets. For decades, it had served as a sanctuary of knowledge, its shelves lined with dusty tomes and whispered secrets of the past. Yet, beneath its stately exterior lay a mystery that few dared to explore, the rumored tunnels dating back to the days of Prohibition, a labyrinthine network of passageways that whispered of illicit activities and hidden truths. As a history enthusiast and amateur urban explorer, the allure of these underground tunnels had always fascinated me. Tales of bootleggers, secret speakeasies, and daring escapades fueled my imagination, igniting a desire to uncover the forgotten stories that lay buried beneath the library's foundations. One crisp autumn afternoon, armed with a flashlight and a heart filled with curiosity, I stood before the weathered steps that led to the library's basement. The air was cool and tinged with the musty scent of old books, the sun setting in a blaze of crimson and gold beyond the city skyline. With a deep breath, I descended into the depths of history. The basement was dimly lit, the hum of fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the stone walls. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight as I navigated through rows of archival boxes and forgotten artifacts. My pulse quickened with anticipation as I approached the far corner of the basement, the rumored entrance to the lost tunnels. A heavy metal door, rusted with age and neglect, stood sentinel before me. Its hinges groaned in protest as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into darkness. The air grew colder as I ventured deeper underground, the echoes of my footsteps reverberating off the stone walls. The tunnels stretched out before me like a maze, their walls lined with crumbling brick and patches of damp moss. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, a stark contrast to the crisp autumn breeze that still lingered above ground. My flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the forgotten remnants of a clandestine past. I walked cautiously, my senses on high alert as I listened for any sign of movement or life within the ancient tunnels. The stories of those who had ventured here before me echoed in my mind, whispers of shadowy figures, eerie footsteps, and inexplicable chills that had sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the tunnel, a soft, rhythmic tapping that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within the earth. My heart skipped a beat as I froze in place, straining to discern its origin. Was it merely the wind playing tricks, or something more sinister? With trembling hands, I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth that lay hidden within the labyrinthine passages. The tunnels branched off in different directions, their paths twisting and turning like the tendrils of a forgotten memory. I chose a path at random, guided by intuition and a sense of adventure that bordered on reckless abandon. As I walked, the tapping grew louder, echoing off the walls with an eerie insistence. It seemed to follow me, drawing closer with each step I took. I quickened my pace, my pulse racing as adrenaline surged through my veins. The tunnel seemed to narrow around me, its walls closing in like the jaws of a hungry beast. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the tapping ceased. Silence enveloped the tunnel like a suffocating blanket, broken only by the sound of my ragged breaths and the faint drip of water echoing in the distance. I stopped, my back pressed against the cold stone wall as I struggled to catch my breath. Something wasn't right. There was a presence in the tunnel, a sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Fear prickled at the back of my neck, urging me to turn back and retreat to the safety of daylight. But curiosity, that insatiable hunger for knowledge and adventure, drove me forward. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was on the verge of uncovering something extraordinary, something that had been lost to time and buried beneath layers of secrecy. As I rounded a corner, my flashlight beam illuminated a chamber, unlike any I had seen before. The walls were adorned with faded murals, depicting scenes of revelry and defiance, remnants of a forgotten era when the tunnels had served as a haven for those seeking refuge from the prying eyes of authority. And there, in the center of the chamber, stood a figure, a specter clad in the tattered remnants of Prohibition-era attire. Its face was obscured by shadows, its presence both ethereal and unsettling. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I stared at the apparition before me. Was this the spirit of a long-dead bootlegger, condemned to wander the tunnels in search of absolution? Or was it merely a trick of the light, a manifestation of my own fevered imagination? The figure seemed to shimmer, its form wavering like a reflection in a pool of water. And then, with a haunting grace, it turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease and wonder. I stood rooted to the spot, grappling with the reality of what I had witnessed. The lost tunnels had yielded their secrets, a glimpse into a world of clandestine meetings, hidden speakeasies, and the enduring spirit of defiance that had defined an era. As I retraced my steps back to the surface, I carried with me a newfound respect for the power of history to shape our understanding of the present. The old library and its tunnels had become more than mere artifacts. They were a testament to resilience, courage, and the enduring quest for truth that binds us all together. And as I emerged into the fading light of day, I knew that I had embarked on a journey that would forever change the way I viewed the world and the hidden mysteries that lie just beneath its surface. Story 6. Willowcrest Manor stood at the edge of a quaint village, its ivy-covered walls and towering spires a testament to a bygone era of opulence and mystery. For years it had been the residence of the Sinclair family, known for their wealth and enigmatic reputation. Now, as the sole heir to the estate, I found myself tasked with the daunting duty of sorting through its treasures and secrets after my grandmother's passing. The attic, a cavernous space filled with forgotten relics and dusty memories, beckoned to me with promises of uncovering the past. Armed with cardboard boxes and a sense of reverence for the history woven into every thread of the manor's tapestries, I ascended the creaking staircase that led to the attic's threshold. Sunlight filtered through dusty windows, casting ethereal beams across the wooden floorboards as I surveyed the attic's contents. Antique furniture draped in white sheets stood like silent sentinels, their forms obscured by years of neglect. Trunks overflowing with moth-eaten clothing and faded photographs lined the walls, each item a fragment of a story waiting to be told. Amidst the forgotten treasures, my gaze fell upon a weathered wooden chest tucked away in a corner, the chest that held the promise of unlocking secrets long concealed within Willowcrest's walls. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid, revealing a trove of treasures, a collection of silver trinkets, yellowed letters bound with ribbon, and a porcelain doll with eyes that seemed to follow my every move. The doll, delicate and eerily lifelike, exuded an air of antiquity that sent a chill down my spine. Its porcelain face was frozen in a serene expression, its painted lips curved into a gentle smile that belied the unsettling sensation that it was watching me intently. I hesitated, momentarily captivated by the doll's presence. It seemed to hold a silent vigil over the attic, its glassy eyes reflecting the flickering light of the oil lamps I had brought to dispel the shadows. Ignoring the unease gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, I carefully wrapped the doll in a soft cloth and placed it in the box designated for keepsakes. That night, as darkness draped Willowcrest Manor in a cloak of silence, I retired to the guest bedroom, the only habitable space amidst the labyrinthine corridors and abandoned rooms that echoed with whispers of the past. Sleep eluded me, my thoughts consumed by the mysteries unearthed in the attic and the doll that had captured my attention. It was in the dead of night, when the moon hung low in the sky like a silver coin, that I heard it, soft footsteps echoing from above, muffled yet unmistakable in their cadence. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled with apprehension as I sat up, heart hammering in my chest. Could it be the wind? A trick of my overwrought imagination, perhaps? I reasoned, clutching the bed covers tightly in an attempt to dispel the rising unease that threatened to engulf me. But then, a whisper, a faint, plaintive murmur, seemed to drift through the walls, carrying with it a presence that sent shivers down my spine. I strained to discern the source of the sound, my senses on high alert as the atmosphere within the room grew heavy with an unseen presence. Against my better judgment, I rose from the bed, the floorboards beneath my feet groaning softly in protest as I ventured into the hallway. Moonlight filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls like specters in the night. The footsteps continued, drawing me inexorably toward the attic where the doll lay nestled amidst forgotten treasures, its porcelain gaze haunting my thoughts with each passing moment. With trembling hands, I ascended the staircase once more, the wood groaning beneath my weight, as if reluctant to reveal the secrets concealed within its ancient timbers. As I reached the attic's threshold, a chill swept through me, a palpable presence that seemed to linger in the air like a whisper of breath against the nape of my neck. The oil lamps flickered, casting dancing shadows across the attic's expanse as I approached the box where the doll rested, its form shrouded in the soft cloth that enveloped it. Heart pounding, I lifted the cloth, revealing the doll's delicate features illuminated by the flickering lamplight. Its glassy eyes gleamed in the darkness, capturing the essence of a bygone era steeped in mystery and melancholy. "Why are you here?" I whispered, though I knew the doll could not answer. And then, as if in response to my unspoken question, a voice, a whisper as faint as the rustling leaves outside the manor, drifted through the attic. "Help me," it pleaded, its timbre fragile and filled with longing. Startled, I turned, searching for the source of the ethereal plea. There, amidst the shadows that clung to the attic's corners like specters of the past, I glimpsed a figure, a young girl with dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes wide with an innocence that belied the sorrow etched into her features. Emily, the name escaped my lips before I could stop it, recognition dawning with startling clarity. She was the daughter of a previous owner of Willowcrest Manor, a tragic figure whose life had been cut short by illness during her childhood. Emily's spirit lingered in the attic, bound by an unfulfilled longing that had transcended the passage of time. Her presence, though ethereal, carried a weight of sorrow that echoed through the corridors of Willowcrest, a lament for a life lost too soon and a plea for solace in the embrace of the living. Driven by compassion and a sense of duty, I listened as Emily's ghostly voice recounted her memories, the laughter that had once echoed through the halls, the secrets whispered between friends, and the ache of a heart forever stilled by the passage of years. With each passing moment, the veil between the realms of the living and the dead grew thinner, bridged by empathy and understanding. I offered Emily solace in the form of companionship, a promise to remember her, to honor her memory amidst the tapestries of Willowcrest Manor's storied history. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Emily's spirit faded into the ether, a whisper of gratitude lingering in the attic's stillness. I stood alone amidst the relics of the past, the doll cradled gently in my hands, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life and the enduring power of compassion to transcend the boundaries that separate us from those who came before. Willowcrest Manor, once a bastion of mystery and melancholy, now bore witness to a tale of redemption, a testament to the enduring connection between the living and the dead, bound together by threads of memory and the echoes of whispered secrets. And as I descended from the attic, Leaving behind the shadows that clung to its corners like ghosts of the past, I carried with me the knowledge that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not feared. A testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring legacy of those who walk in the shadows of Willowcrest Manor. Story 7. In the heart of a quaint, riverside town nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there stood a bridge with a chilling reputation that whispered through the generations like an autumn breeze. Locals knew it simply as the Haunted Bridge, a name that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to speak of it after dark. The Haunted Bridge spanned the tranquil waters of Whispering River, its weathered stone arches rising gracefully above the misty currents below. During the day, it was a picturesque landmark, adorned with wildflowers and embraced by willow trees that swayed gently in the breeze. But when night fell and the moon cast its silvery glow upon the water, the bridge took on a different demeanor, a gateway to the unknown, where the veil between the living and the spirit world grew thin. Among the town's residents was Emily, a young woman with a fascination for the supernatural. She had heard the tales of the Haunted Bridge since childhood, stories whispered around campfires and shared in hushed tones during late-night gatherings. Emily, however, harbored a curiosity that transcended fear. She yearned to uncover the truth behind the legends, to experience firsthand the mysteries that lurked in the shadows. One moonlit evening, Emily found herself standing at the foot of the Haunted Bridge. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of river water and damp earth. She glanced around, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The town lay silent and still, its streets deserted save for the occasional flicker of a street lamp casting long shadows upon the cobblestone paths. With a deep breath, Emily summoned her courage and stepped onto the bridge. The ancient stones echoed beneath her footsteps, a solemn rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the river below. She walked slowly, her senses alert to any sign of the supernatural presence said to haunt this eerie place. Midnight approached, a witching hour when the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead was said to waver. Emily felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck, a primal instinct warning her of the unseen forces that awaited in the darkness. As she reached the midpoint of the bridge, Emily hesitated. The air grew noticeably colder, a chill that seeped into her bones despite the warmth of her jacket. She glanced around nervously, half expecting to see ethereal figures emerging from the mist that danced upon the river's surface. Then, it happened. Faint laughter echoed through the night, a chorus of playful voices that seemed to emanate from the swirling mists below. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she strained to discern the source of the sound. The laughter grew louder, more distinct, a symphony of childish glee that echoed off the bridge's stone walls. Heart racing, Emily approached her car parked at the edge of the bridge. As she peered through the fogged windows, she saw them, tiny handprints, delicate imprints left behind by unseen fingers that danced upon the glass. They appeared and disappeared with each gust of wind, as if the spirits of children were playing a mischievous game only they could understand. A shiver ran down Emily's spine as she realized she was witnessing the manifestation of the bridge's legend. The children's laughter continued, mingling with the rustling of leaves and the soft rush of the river below. She hesitated, torn between fascination and fear, but her curiosity won out. Gathering her courage, Emily rolled down the window and reached out tentatively. The chill of the night air enveloped her hand, sending a tingle up her arm. The handprints remained, their ephemeral presence a testament to the supernatural forces that held sway over this haunted realm. "Hello," Emily called out softly, her voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone there?" Silence greeted her question, a profound stillness that hung in the air like a veil. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie calm that settled over the bridge like a cloak. Emily withdrew her hand, a mixture of awe and apprehension coursing through her veins. Just as she was about to retreat to the safety of her car, a voice, a child's voice, whispered on the wind. "Come play with us," it said, its tone innocent yet tinged with a hint of longing. Emily's heart skipped a beat. She glanced around, searching for the source of the voice, but the bridge remained cloaked in darkness. The voice came again, closer this time, its words resonating in her mind like an echo from another realm. Without thinking, Emily found herself drawn to the edge of the bridge, where the mist swirled in hypnotic patterns above the river's surface. She peered into the depths below, her senses heightened by a mixture of fear and fascination. The voice beckoned her, a siren's call that tugged at her very soul. "Join us," the voice whispered, its tone imploring yet gentle. Torn between the allure of the unknown and the rationality that screamed for her to flee, Emily hesitated. She knew the legends, the warnings of those who had ventured too far into the haunted bridge's embrace, only to be ensnared by forces beyond their understanding. But as she stood on the precipice of decision, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a fleeting glimpse of ethereal forms darting among the willow trees that lined the riverbank. They were translucent figures, shimmering in the moonlight like spirits caught between worlds. In that moment, Emily made her choice. With a deep breath, she stepped back from the edge of the bridge and turned away. The voices faded into the night, their plaintive calls echoing in her memory as she retreated to the safety of her car. As she drove away from the haunted bridge, Emily's mind raced with questions and emotions. She had witnessed something inexplicable, something that defied rational explanation. The handprints on the foggy windows, the laughter of unseen children, the voice that had whispered to her, all were testament to the bridge's haunted legacy. From that night onward, Emily carried with her the memory of the haunted bridge, a place where the veil between worlds grew thin, where the spirits of the past lingered in eternal playfulness. She knew she had glimpsed a realm beyond mortal comprehension, a realm of mystery and wonder that would forever haunt her dreams and fuel her insatiable curiosity for the supernatural. Story 8. The town of Ashwood nestled in a quiet valley surrounded by rolling hills, its charm accentuated by quaint cottages and a main street lined with shops that exuded a nostalgic charm. Yet beyond the outskirts of town lay a stretch of abandoned railway tracks that wound through dense forests and overgrown fields, a relic of a bygone era when the railroad had been the lifeblood of the community. Among the locals, whispered tales of a phantom train had persisted for generations. Every few years, particularly on moonlit nights when the air hung heavy with mist, reports would surface of a ghostly locomotive chugging along the rusty tracks. Witnesses claimed to have heard the mournful wail of a whistle and the rhythmic clack of wheels on rails, despite the tracks having fallen into disuse decades ago. As a newcomer to Ashwood, these tales intrigued me deeply. I had always been drawn to mysteries that defied rational explanation, and the legend of the phantom train seemed to beckon me into the realm of the unknown. Determined to uncover the truth behind the ghostly sightings, I set out to explore the abandoned tracks and unravel the secrets they held. On a crisp autumn evening, when the setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, I ventured beyond the outskirts of Ashwood. The railway tracks stretched before me like a ribbon of forgotten history, vanishing into the horizon where they disappeared into dense woods. The air was cool and still, carrying with it a sense of anticipation that quickened my pulse. Following the overgrown path beside the tracks, I walked deeper into the heart of the abandoned railway. The trees whispered ancient secrets as their branches swayed in the breeze, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the rusted rails. Leaves crunched beneath my boots, a reminder of nature's relentless advance reclaiming what had been left to decay. As twilight deepened into night, I found myself standing at a junction where the tracks curved gently around a moss-covered hill. According to local lore, this was a hotspot for sightings of the phantom train, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was said to grow thin under the cover of darkness. I settled onto a weathered wooden bench beside the tracks, my senses attuned to any sign of movement or sound. The moon rose like a pale sentinel in the star-studded sky, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. Time seemed to slow to a languid crawl, as if the very essence of the night held its breath in anticipation. Minutes turned into hours as I waited in silence, my eyes scanning the tracks and the surrounding woods for any hint of the spectral locomotive. The night remained eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl. Doubt began to creep into my mind. Had I been foolish to believe in the tales spun by generations past? Just as I began to entertain the idea of returning to town empty-handed, a distant sound echoed through the stillness of the night, a low, mournful whistle that sent a chill down my spine. My heart skipped a beat as I strained to listen, hardly daring to believe what I had heard. Then, like a whisper carried on the wind, came the rhythmic clack of wheels on rails. It started as a faint murmur, growing steadily louder as if drawing nearer with each passing moment. Goosebumps prickled along my arms as I watched, transfixed, the mist swirling around the tracks as if stirred by the phantom train's passage. And there it was. A faint glow appeared in the distance, steadily growing brighter as it approached the curve in the tracks. The outline of a locomotive materialized from the darkness, its form ethereal and indistinct yet undeniably there. Moonlight gleamed off its spectral surface, casting a halo around its ghostly figure. I held my breath as the phantom train emerged fully into view, its wheels spinning hypnotically, steam billowing from its stack in wispy tendrils that mingled with the mist. The locomotive seemed to glide effortlessly along the tracks, defying the laws of physics as it traversed the abandoned railway with an otherworldly grace. The whistle sounded again, a mournful cry that pierced the night with a longing that echoed through the valley. I felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, wondering at the nature of this apparition that had captured the imaginations of so many over the years. Was it a trick of the light, a collective hallucination born from stories passed down through generations? Or was it something more, something beyond the realm of human understanding? As the phantom train drew closer, I glimpsed through its semi-transparent windows rows of empty seats, their upholstery faded and worn with time. The air around me grew colder, charged with a palpable energy that prickled against my skin. I dared not move, transfixed by the surreal sight unfolding before me. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the phantom train began to fade. Its luminous form shimmered like a mirage, slowly dissipating into the night until only the echo of its whistle and the fading clack of wheels remained. Silence descended upon the railway tracks once more, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. I remained rooted to the spot, heart racing with a mixture of exhilaration and disbelief. Had I truly witnessed the phantom train, or had my senses deceived me in the embrace of night? The answer eluded me, slipping through my grasp like the wisps of steam that had trailed the spectral locomotive. As dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, I made my way back to Ashwood with a newfound respect for the mysteries that lingered at the edges of perception. The legend of the phantom train had not been debunked that night. It had been woven deeper into the fabric of my understanding, a testament to the enduring power of folklore and the enigmatic forces that shape our world. And though I knew that some would dismiss my account as fanciful imagination or wishful thinking, I carried with me the memory of that spectral locomotive gliding through the mist, its presence a reminder that some mysteries are best left to the realm of wonder and awe. Story 9. In the heart of the sprawling wilderness that bordered our small town, a sense of unease had settled like a lingering fog. It wasn't just the towering trees or the winding paths that whispered of ancient secrets. It was the unsettling mystery that had gripped our community for months. Several people had vanished without a trace, their disappearances leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and whispered fears. I first heard of the mysterious disappearances during a late-night gathering at the local diner. The air was thick with the scent of coffee and conversation as townsfolk huddled together, their voices hushed as they exchanged rumors and theories. "They say he went out hiking and never came back," Mrs. Jenkins murmured, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched her mug of steaming tea. "Left his backpack by the trail, everything neatly arranged as if he just vanished." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. The disappearances seemed surreal, like something out of a campfire tale told to scare children into obedience. But the haunted look in Mrs. Jenkins' eyes told me that this was no mere story. It was a grim reality that had cast a shadow over our once peaceful town. Over the following weeks, more reports trickled in. A young couple who had set out for a weekend camping trip and never returned. Their tent found intact with food neatly packed away. An elderly man who had ventured into the woods to forage for mushrooms, his basket left untouched by the trail side. Each disappearance bore the same eerie hallmark, personal belongings left behind as if their owners had simply vanished into thin air. The authorities were baffled, their search efforts yielding no clues or leads to explain the unsettling phenomenon. Driven by a mix of curiosity and concern, I decided to delve deeper into the mystery. Armed with a notebook, a camera, and a determination to uncover the truth, I ventured into the woods that had become the epicenter of fear and speculation. The forest welcomed me with a chorus of rustling leaves and the distant call of a solitary bird. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the foreboding tales that had woven themselves into the fabric of our town's collective consciousness. I followed the well-trodden paths that wound deeper into the heart of the wilderness, my senses alert to every snap of a twig or rustle of underbrush. The woods seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting to reveal its secrets to an intrepid soul willing to listen. As I walked, I came upon a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, a serene oasis amid the towering trees. It was here that I stumbled upon the remnants of a makeshift campsite, a weathered backpack slumped against a fallen log, a map spread open as if the owner had been studying it moments before their sudden disappearance. My heart raced as I surveyed the scene, my mind racing with possibilities. Was this the site of one of the disappearances? Had the person who owned these belongings met the same inexplicable fate as those who had vanished before them? Driven by a mix of dread and determination, I began to document the scene with my camera, capturing every detail in hopes of uncovering a clue that had eluded both authorities and locals alike. The backpack contained the essentials: a water bottle, a flashlight, a notebook filled with hastily scribbled notes detailing the owner's journey into the wilderness. As I sifted through the contents, a sense of unease settled over me. The notes spoke of excitement and anticipation, of a quest to discover hidden treasures in uncharted territories. But as the entries progressed, a subtle shift occurred, a growing sense of unease, of being watched by unseen eyes that lurked just beyond the edge of the forest. I glanced around, half expecting to see shadows moving amidst the trees, but the forest remained still and silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. I pressed on, my footsteps echoing in the quiet solitude of the woods. Hours passed as I explored deeper into the wilderness, following the faint trail of previous explorers who had ventured into the unknown. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. A chill settled in the air, a harbinger of the approaching twilight. And then, just as the light began to fade, I stumbled upon another unsettling discovery. A tent pitched beneath a canopy of ancient trees, its fabric fluttering gently in the evening breeze. My heart skipped a beat as I approached, my senses on high alert for any sign of life within its confines. The tent was unremarkable in appearance, a nondescript shade of green, its zipper partially undone to reveal a dim interior illuminated by the soft glow of a battery-powered lantern. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the flap as I debated whether to enter and investigate further. But before I could make a decision, a sound broke the silence, a faint rustling from somewhere beyond the tent. My breath caught in my throat as I listened intently, my senses straining to pinpoint the source of the noise. Footsteps, soft and cautious, like a predator stalking its prey. They drew nearer, echoing through the stillness of the forest with an unsettling clarity. Panic surged within me as I realized that I was not alone, that someone or something was watching, waiting in the shadows just beyond the veil of darkness. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I bolted from the tent, my heart pounding in my chest. Branches whipped at my face as I sprinted through the underbrush, my mind racing with fear and confusion. The footsteps pursued me, growing louder with each frantic heartbeat. I dared not look back, driven by instinct to flee from whatever unseen presence lurked in the depths of the woods. My breath came in ragged gasps, my legs burning with exertion as I stumbled over roots and fallen branches in my mad dash for safety. And then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the footsteps ceased. Silence descended once more, broken only by the sound of my own harsh breathing and the distant murmur of the wind through the leaves. I collapsed against a tree, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. What had I encountered in those dark woods? Was it a lingering spirit, a malevolent force that preyed upon unsuspecting travelers? Or was it something far more sinister, a creature of the night that defied rational explanation? Exhausted and shaken, I eventually made my way back to town under the cloak of nightfall. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pallid glow over the familiar streets and rooftops. I dared not speak of my harrowing experience to anyone, knowing that the truth of what lay hidden in the woods was a mystery that defied explanation. The disappearances continued to haunt our town, their unanswered questions a testament to the fragile boundary between safety and the unknown. And as I lay awake in bed that night, the echoes of footsteps and rustling leaves reverberated in my mind, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lurked just beyond the edge of our understanding. Story 10. Nestled at the edge of town, where the hustle and bustle of daily life gave way to tranquil whispers of nature, lay an unassuming pond known simply as Whispering Waters. Legend whispered through the village that this pond held a peculiar power, a power that manifested in the eerie reflections of those who dared to gaze upon its surface. The story spoke of distorted reflections, twisted images that revealed not the present but a glimpse into the future, a glimpse of how one would appear moments before their inevitable demise. Many dismissed it as superstition, the fanciful tales of an imaginative community. Yet for those who dared to peer into the depths of Whispering Waters, the truth lay shrouded in unsettling uncertainty. Among the villagers there was a young woman named Eliza, a spirited soul with a curiosity that often led her to the fringes of conventional wisdom. Her grandmother, Agatha, a wise woman revered for her knowledge of folklore and ancient traditions, had often regaled her with tales of Whispering Waters. "It's not a place to be trifled with," Eliza Agatha cautioned one evening, her voice tinged with the weight of age-old wisdom. "The pond shows not just reflections but echoes of destiny itself. What you see may not be easy to bear." But Eliza, headstrong and undeterred by the warnings of elders, found herself drawn to the mysteries that swirled like mist above whispering waters. It was on a crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves painted the landscape in hues of gold and crimson, that she ventured to the pond's tranquil shores. The water lay still as glass, reflecting the azure sky and wispy clouds above. Eliza knelt by the edge, her heart fluttering with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Would she see her future reflected back at her, a glimpse into the unknown that awaited? Summoning her courage, she leaned forward, peering into the mirror-like surface. At first there was nothing but her own reflection, a familiar image of tousled chestnut hair and wide, curious eyes. But as she stared deeper, the water began to ripple, distorting the reflection before her eyes. A chill crept up Eliza's spine as the distorted image took shape, a vision of herself, but not as she was now. Her features were drawn with weariness, lines etched into her face like rivers carved by time. Her eyes, usually bright with curiosity, now held a shadow of resignation, as if she bore the weight of a heavy burden. Frightened yet mesmerized, Eliza pulled back, her pulse racing with a surge of adrenaline. Had she truly glimpsed her future self moments before death claimed her? The unsettling image lingered in her mind, casting a pall over her thoughts as she returned home. Days turned into weeks, yet the vision from Whispering Waters haunted Eliza's dreams. She wrestled with the implications of what she had seen. Was it a warning, a glimpse into a fate that awaited her, or merely a trick of light and water? Her grandmother's warnings echoed in her ears, urging caution and respect for the mysteries that lay beyond mortal understanding. Determined to unravel the truth, Eliza sought solace in the company of her closest friend, Thomas, a steadfast companion whose rational mind often tempered her impulsive nature. Together, they delved into the annals of local lore, seeking answers amidst the whispers of the past. It's said that Whispering Waters holds the echoes of destinies intertwined, Thomas mused one evening, poring over dusty manuscripts in the village library. But whether it foretells the future or mirrors our fears remains to be seen. Their quest led them to an elderly sage named Elias, a recluse rumored to possess knowledge of the supernatural forces that govern Whispering Waters. With trepidation and a spark of hope, Eliza and Thomas sought an audience with Elias, whose weathered face bore the weight of years spent in contemplation of life's mysteries. Elias received them in his humble abode, nestled amidst ancient tomes and artifacts that spoke of a life dedicated to unraveling the enigmas of the universe. His eyes, sharp and penetrating, studied Eliza with a knowing gaze as she recounted her experience at Whispering Waters. "You have glimpsed the veil of destiny," child Elias intoned, his voice a whisper carried on the wind. "The pond reflects not just the physical form but the essence of one's journey, the culmination of choices made and paths taken." Eliza's heart pounded with a mixture of fear and fascination. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "It means that what you saw was a potential future," Elias explained, his words weighted with solemnity. "A future shaped by the currents of time and the choices that guide us along its course. The reflection you witnessed is not set in stone, but a glimpse of what may come to pass if the threads of fate remain unchanged." Thomas exchanged a meaningful glance with Eliza, his expression mirroring her own uncertainty. "Can it be altered?" he asked, his voice tinged with hope. Elias nodded gravely. "Destiny is not a chain but a tapestry, woven from the threads of free will and the unseen forces that bind us all. The future reflected in Whispering Waters can be influenced by the choices we make, the paths we choose to follow." Armed with newfound understanding and a sense of purpose, Eliza and Thomas returned to Whispering Waters once more. They stood side by side, gazing into the stillness of the pond's surface, where reflections danced like phantoms in the moonlight. Eliza closed her eyes, summoning courage from the depths of her soul. she envisioned a future shaped by hope and determination. A future where the shadows of uncertainty gave way to the light of possibility. As she opened her eyes, the reflection in whispering waters shifted, morphing into a vision of herself bathed in a radiant glow. Her eyes, once clouded with doubt, now sparkled with determination and resilience. The lines of weariness softened, replaced by the gentle contours of a life filled with purpose and fulfillment. Beside her, Thomas smiled, his presence a testament to the unwavering bond of friendship that had guided them through the labyrinth of uncertainty. Together they embraced the promise of tomorrow, their reflections merging into a singular vision of hope and possibility. Whispering Waters remained a place of mystery and wonder, its secrets hidden within the depths of its tranquil surface. For Eliza and Thomas, however, it had become more, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the boundless potential of the choices that shape their destinies. As they walked away from the pond's edge, hand in hand, the echoes of their footsteps mingled with the whispers of the wind, carrying with them the promise of a future forged by courage, faith, and the enduring power of belief in the unseen forces that shape their lives. Story 11. In the heart of rural Kansas, where amber waves of grain stretched as far as the eye could see, lay the small farming community of Greenfield. It was a place where time seemed to move slowly, where the rhythms of life revolved around the changing seasons and the bountiful harvests that sustained generations of families. One early summer morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, a sense of unease rippled through Greenfield. Farmers awoke to a startling discovery. Their fields, meticulously planted with corn and wheat, now bore intricate patterns etched into the lush greenery. Crop circles, unmistakable in their precision and complexity, sprawled across acres of farmland like cryptic messages from another world. News of the phenomenon spread like wildfire through the tight-knit community. Speculation ran rampant as to the cause of the mysterious crop circles. Some whispered of extraterrestrial visitors, citing sightings of strange lights in the night sky preceding the discovery. Others dismissed such notions as fanciful tales, attributing the phenomenon to elaborate pranks or natural phenomena yet to be explained. Among the farmers affected was old Mr. Jenkins, a weathered man with hands calloused from years of toiling the soil. His farm, situated on the outskirts of Greenfield, had been graced or cursed by the appearance of the most intricate crop circle yet seen in the region. The pattern resembled a labyrinth, its spiraling paths weaving in intricate symmetry that defied explanation. I, as a young journalist eager for a story that transcended the mundane, seized upon the opportunity to investigate. Armed with a notebook and camera, I ventured into Greenfield to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic crop circles that had captured the community's imagination. Mr. Jenkins greeted me with a mixture of suspicion and weariness when I arrived at his farmhouse. He welcomed me into his modest kitchen, where the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the faint scent of earth and crops. As we sat at the worn wooden table, he recounted the events of that fateful morning when he had stumbled upon the intricate design in his field. "It was like nothing I've ever seen," Mr. Jenkins murmured, his voice rough with emotion. "I've been farming these lands for nigh on 50 years and never once have I witnessed such a thing. And to think, no signs of anyone or anything entering my property during the night." I listened intently as Mr. Jenkins described the sense of awe and bewilderment that had swept over him upon discovering the crop circle. He spoke of the eerie silence that had settled over his fields, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. There had been no tire tracks, no footprints, just the inexplicable imprint left upon his livelihood. Together we ventured out into the sprawling expanse off Mr. Jenkins' cornfield. The morning sun bathed the landscape in a warm glow, casting long shadows that stretched across the undulating terrain. As we approached the crop circle, Its intricate design loomed before us like a labyrinth waiting to be unraveled. The crop circle was a marvel to behold. Perfectly formed pathways crisscrossed through the tall stalks of corn, their edges sharp and defined as if etched with a laser-like precision. Every twist and turn seemed to hint at a hidden message, a puzzle waiting to be solved by those bold enough to venture into its depths. I crouched down beside the nearest pathway, running my fingers lightly over the smooth blades of corn. The plants rustled softly in response, their whispers carrying a sense of mystery that sent a shiver down my spine. Mr. Jenkins stood nearby, watching with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension as I examined the intricate patterns. "There's no way this could have been done by humans," he muttered, his eyes scanning the horizon as if expecting answers to materialize from thin air. "No machinery could have entered my fields without leaving a trace, and no person could have created something so precise." His words echoed my own thoughts. The sheer complexity of the crop circle defied conventional explanation. It was as if an unseen hand had descended upon the fields of Greenfield, leaving behind a testament to its presence in the form of these mysterious formations. Days turned into weeks as I delved deeper into the phenomenon gripping Greenfield. I interviewed farmers, scientists, and amateur enthusiasts who flocked to the area in hopes of glimpsing the elusive creators of the crop circles. Theories abounded. Some suggested natural causes such as whirlwinds or magnetic anomalies, while others clung to the belief in extraterrestrial intervention. Yet, despite our best efforts, the mystery remained unsolved. Each morning brought new reports of fresh crop circles appearing overnight, each more intricate and bewildering than the last. The phenomenon seemed to defy logic, challenging our understanding of the natural world and the boundaries of human perception. One particularly clear night, when the stars shone like diamonds against an indigo sky, I found myself standing alone in Mr. Jenkins' cornfield. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it a sense of anticipation that hummed beneath the surface. I had come in search of answers, driven by a relentless curiosity that refused to be quelled. As I gazed up at the heavens, contemplating the vastness of the universe and the mysteries it held, a movement caught my eye. A faint glow flickered on the horizon, growing steadily brighter as it approached with an otherworldly grace. My heart quickened with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation as the source of the glow materialized before my eyes. Hovering just above the cornfield was a luminous orb, a perfect sphere of light that seemed to pulse with an ethereal energy. Its glow bathed the surrounding crops in an iridescent sheen, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground like phantoms in the night. Mesmerized, I watched as the orb descended slowly toward the earth, its light illuminating the intricate pathways of the crop circle below. It hovered above the labyrinthine design, casting beams of light that seemed to trace the patterns with a precision that mirrored the original creation. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the orb began to ascend once more. It rose gracefully into the night sky, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder and awe in its wake. As I stood transfixed beneath the stars, I realized that I had been witness to something far greater than a mere phenomenon. I had glimpsed a glimpse of the inexplicable, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. The mystery of the vanishing crop circles persisted in Greenfield, its enigma woven into the fabric of the community's collective consciousness. Whether the phenomenon was the work of unknown forces or a glimpse into realms beyond our understanding, one thing remained certain: the fields of Greenfield held secrets that transcended the boundaries of time and space, beckoning those brave enough to seek answers amidst the golden waves of grain. Story 12. In the heart of a bustling city stood the Oakwood Museum, a grand edifice adorned with columns of marble and halls filled with treasures from centuries past. Among its many exhibits, Nestled in a dimly lit corner of the second floor, hung a painting that whispered tales of mystery and dread, a painting known simply as the Cursed Portrait. The portrait depicted a young woman with hauntingly beautiful features, pale skin, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and eyes that seemed to follow visitors with an unsettling intensity. The artist was unknown, lost to the annals of time, but the painting itself had a reputation that spanned generations. Local legend spoke of the curse that plagued anyone who dared to gaze into the woman's eyes for too long. Visitors reported feeling a chill creep down their spine, a sense of unease settling over them as they stood before the canvas. Some claimed to have seen figures move within the painting, shadows that danced at the periphery of their vision, disappearing when looked upon directly. Among the museum staff was Clara, a young curator with a passion for art and a fascination with the supernatural. She had heard the whispers surrounding the Cursed Portrait. Since joining the museum, a tale that intrigued her curious mind and ignited a desire to uncover the truth behind the painting's enigmatic power. One evening, after the museum had closed its doors to the public, Clara found herself drawn to the second-floor gallery where the portrait hung. The air was still, the only sound the soft echo of her footsteps against the polished floors. She approached the painting cautiously, her pulse quickening with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. Standing before the portrait, Clara studied it intently. The woman's eyes seemed to bore into her own, their depths hinting at secrets untold. A chill crept down Clara's spine, but she resisted the urge to look away. She wanted to understand the painting's allure, to decipher the source of its power over those who beheld it. Minutes passed like hours as Clara stood transfixed before the canvas. The world around her faded into obscurity, her focus narrowing to the woman's captivating gaze. Shadows seemed to stir within the painting, a subtle movement that caught Clara's attention, fleeting yet undeniable. A voice, a soft, melodic whisper, filled Clara's mind, as if carried on a gentle breeze. Come closer it beckoned, its tone both alluring and unsettling. Clara hesitated, her rational mind at odds with the inexplicable pull she felt toward the painting. She had read accounts of others who had succumbed to the portrait's curse, their lives forever changed by the encounter. Yet, she could not deny the curiosity that gnawed at her, urging her to unravel the mystery that surrounded the cursed portrait. Driven by a mixture of fear and determination, Clara stepped closer to the painting. The woman's eyes seemed to shimmer with a newfound intensity, their depths swirling with emotions Clara could not quite decipher. She reached out tentatively, her fingertips brushing against the cold surface of the frame. As she did, a surge of energy coursed through Clara's body, a sensation of being both embraced and repelled by unseen forces. The room grew colder, the air thick with an otherworldly presence that enveloped her like a shroud. Shadows danced at the corners of her vision, their movements synchronized with the beating of her own heart. In that moment, Clara felt a profound connection to the painting, a bond that transcended time and space. She saw visions flicker before her eyes, a glimpse into the life of the woman captured on canvas. Scenes unfolded like pages of a long-forgotten story, moments of joy, sorrow, and longing etched into the fabric of the painting's existence. But amidst the beauty, Clara sensed something darker, a hint of anguish that lingered beneath the surface. The woman's eyes held a sadness, a yearning for release from the confines of her eternal gaze. Clara's heart went out to her, a sympathetic ache for the soul trapped within the painted prison. Suddenly, the room filled with a chorus of whispers, a symphony of voices that echoed around Clara in a cacophony of sound. They spoke in hushed tones, their words overlapping and indistinct, yet laden with emotion and urgency. Clara strained to comprehend their message, to decipher the meaning behind their ethereal communication. "Help us," one voice pleaded, its timbre echoing with desperation. break the curse, urged another, its tone tinged with hope. Clara felt a surge of compassion welling within her. She knew then that the painting held more than just a curse. It held a plea for redemption, a cry for liberation from the chains of its haunted past. With trembling hands, Clara withdrew from the painting. The whispers faded, replaced by a solemn silence that settled over the gallery like a veil. She took a step back, her mind reeling with the weight of what she had experienced. From that day forward, Clara dedicated herself to uncovering the truth behind the cursed portrait. She delved into archives and historical records, piecing together fragments of information that shed light on the painting's origins and the fate of its mysterious subject. With each revelation, she felt closer to understanding the forces that bound the painting and its curse to the realm of the living. Months turned into years as Clara's quest for knowledge led her down paths both mundane and extraordinary. She consulted experts in art history and the occult, seeking answers that eluded her grasp. Yet through it all, she never lost sight of her goal: to bring peace to the restless spirit trapped within the confines of the canvas. One fateful night, as Clara revisited the museum's archives, she uncovered a document that would change everything. It was a letter written by the artist, a confession of love and betrayal, of passion and heartache that had driven him to immortalize his muse in paint. In his final words, he spoke of a ritual that had inadvertently bound the woman's soul to the painting, condemning her to an eternity of loneliness and longing. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Clara returned to the gallery where the cursed portrait hung. The painting greeted her with its silent gaze, its eyes seeming to soften in recognition. Clara approached with determination, her heart pounding with anticipation. With a steady hand, Clara began to recite the incantation, the words of release that had been hidden within the artist's letter. The air crackled with energy, a tangible presence that hummed with anticipation. Shadows stirred within the painting, their movements fluid and purposeful. As Clara reached the final verse, a soft glow enveloped the portrait. The woman's features softened, her expression thawing from sorrow to serenity. A gentle breeze swept through the gallery, carrying with it a whisper, a single word that echoed in Clara's mind with profound gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, Clara knew she had succeeded. The curse was broken, and the woman's spirit was finally free. She stood before the painting, tears of relief and joy streaming down her cheeks. From that day forward, the cursed portrait remained a symbol of Clara's determination and compassion, a testament to the power of empathy in the face of the supernatural. Visitors to the Oakwood Museum still marveled at its beauty, but now they sensed a lingering peace, a presence that spoke of liberation and redemption. And as for Clara, she continued her work as a curator, forever changed by her encounter with the haunted painting. She carried its story with her, a reminder that even the darkest curses could be lifted with the light of understanding and the courage to confront the unknown. Story 13. It was a quiet town nestled among rolling hills, where the winding highway cut through stretches of dense forest that seemed to swallow the road whole in the darkness of night. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of the legend that had haunted the highway for decades, the phantom car from the 1950s. According to local lore, the car appeared sporadically on moonless nights, its vintage frame gleaming under the glow of its headlights as it sped down the lonely highway. Witnesses described it as a classic beauty, a sleek, black sedan straight out of a retro film, its chrome accents catching the moonlight as it zoomed past in a blur of nostalgia. I first heard about the phantom car from Old Man Johnson, the town's resident storyteller whose wrinkled face held a lifetime of tales passed down through generations. He claimed to have seen the car himself, back when he was a young man working at the gas station just off the highway. It was a summer night much like this, he reminisced, his eyes distant as he recalled the encounter. I was closing up shop when I heard the roar of an engine. I looked up and saw it, a '57 Chevy, shining like it just rolled off the assembly line. It flew past so fast I barely had time to blink. His words sent a chill down my spine, igniting a curiosity that bordered on obsession. I wanted to unravel the mystery of the phantom car, to witness firsthand the apparition that had captured the imagination of our town for generations. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, I positioned myself at a vantage point overlooking the highway. The air was thick with anticipation, the rustling of leaves and the gentle breeze the only sound to break the silence. Hours passed with nothing but the occasional whisper of passing cars. Doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Was the phantom car merely a figment of collective imagination, a ghost story told to pass the time on quiet nights? Just as I began to entertain thoughts of giving up, a distant rumble shattered the stillness of the night. My heart leaped in my chest as headlights appeared in the distance, a single beam of light that grew brighter with each passing second. I held my breath as the car came into view, a sleek, black silhouette hurtling down the highway with a speed that defied logic. Its chrome accents gleamed under the moonlight, its tires screeching against the pavement as it tore through the darkness like a phantom from another time. I fumbled for my camera, desperate to capture proof of the spectral visitor that had eluded so many before me. But as quickly as it had appeared, the phantom car vanished into the night, leaving behind nothing but the echo of its engine fading into the distance. I stood frozen in awe and disbelief, my mind racing to comprehend the sight I had just witnessed. The phantom car was real, a tangible manifestation of a mystery that had haunted our town for decades. Determined to uncover the truth, I embarked on a quest to unravel the origins of the phantom car. I scoured local archives and historical records, searching for any clue that could shed light on its enigmatic presence. It was during my research that I stumbled upon an old newspaper article dated 1957, a year that coincided with the model of the car witnesses had described. The article recounted a tragic accident on the very stretch of highway where the phantom car was said to appear, a collision involving a '57 Chevy that claimed the lives of a young couple on their way to a dance. Could it be that the phantom car was a residual echo of this fateful night, a spectral reminder of lives lost too soon? The more I delved into the story, the more convinced I became that the answers lay buried in the past, waiting to be unearthed. Armed with newfound determination, I sought out elderly residents who had lived in the town since the 1950s. Their memories were a treasure trove of anecdotes and recollections, each piece of information weaving together a narrative that transcended time. One elderly woman, Mrs. Thompson, shared a poignant tale of her youth, a time when she had been a passenger in the very same '57 Chevy that now haunted the highway as the phantom car. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted the joyous laughter and carefree spirit of her friends, whose lives had been tragically cut short on that fateful night. "We were young and full of life," she whispered, her voice quavering with emotion. And then, in an instant, everything changed. Her words resonated with me, painting a vivid picture of the vibrant souls who had met their untimely end on the same road I now traversed in search of answers. The phantom car was more than just a ghostly apparition. It was a poignant reminder of lives lost and stories left untold. As months turned into years, I continued my quest to unravel the mystery of the phantom car. I documented sightings, collected eyewitness testimonies, and pieced together fragments of history in an effort to understand its lingering presence on the highway. And then, one stormy night, as I stood at the edge of the highway where it all began, I felt a presence, a tingling sensation that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. The air crackled with energy as headlights appeared in the distance, growing brighter with each passing second. I held my breath as the phantom car materialized before me, a shimmering mirage of nostalgia and tragedy. Its headlights blazed like twin beacons in the storm, casting a halo of light around the vintage frame that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. For a fleeting moment, I locked eyes with the driver, a spectral figure with features obscured by the passage of time. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the phantom car vanished into the storm, leaving behind only the echo of its engine fading into the night. I stood in awe and reverence, my heart heavy with the weight of the past and the knowledge that some mysteries are meant to endure. The phantom car had taught me a valuable lesson, that the veil between the living and the departed is thin, and that the echoes of history resonate far beyond the confines of time and space. As I turned to leave, the storm began to subside, leaving in its wake a sense of peace and closure that had eluded me for so long. The phantom car had found its place in the tapestry of our town's history, a spectral guardian of memories and a testament to the enduring power of legends that transcend generations. Story 14. The town of Ravenswood was steeped in tales of mystery and folklore, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient forests that whispered secrets to the wind. At its heart stood a quaint town square, where the centerpiece, a weathered statue of a hooded figure, loomed like a silent sentinel over the cobblestone streets. The legend had it that the statue held a peculiar power, an ability to whisper secrets to those who dared to touch its base at the stroke of midnight. These secrets, whispered in hushed tones that only the statue's chosen listener could hear, were said to haunt their minds long after the night had passed. Among the curious souls drawn to the statue's mystique was Sophia, a young woman with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a yearning to unravel the mysteries that lay hidden within Ravenswood's storied past. Her fascination with the statue had grown over time, fueled by the whispers of elders and the tantalizing allure of the unknown. One fateful evening, as the moon hung low in the sky like a silver coin, Sophia found herself standing before the statue in the town square. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable sense of expectancy that tingled along her skin as she traced the statue's intricate carvings with trembling fingers. Midnight approached with measured steps, the town cloaked in an eerie stillness that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Sophia closed her eyes, her pulse quickening with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. She had heard the tales, the warnings of the haunting secrets that lingered in the statue's whispers, yet her curiosity urged her forward. As the clock struck 12, Sophia pressed her palms against the cool stone base of the statue, her breath catching in her throat. Silence enveloped her, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the gentle night breeze. Then it began, a faint murmur, barely audible at first, like the echo of distant voices carried on the wind. Sophia strained to listen, her heart pounding in rhythm with the whispers that grew steadily louder, filling her mind with a symphony of secrets. The voices spoke of love lost and dreams unfulfilled, of regrets that lingered like shadows in the corners of forgotten memories. They painted vivid portraits of lives intertwined, stories of joy and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, that unfolded before Sophia's mind's eye like scenes from a long-forgotten play. A name, a single name, echoed through the labyrinth of whispers, reverberating in Sophia's consciousness with haunting clarity. It was a name she recognized, though its significance eluded her grasp like a fleeting dream upon waking. Overwhelmed by the weight of revelations that threatened to engulf her, Sophia withdrew her hands from the statue's base, gasping for breath as the whispers faded into the stillness of the night. Her heart raced with a jumble of emotions, awe, fear, and a primal curiosity that beckoned her to unravel the mysteries that had been unveiled. Days turned into weeks, yet the secrets whispered by the statue continued to haunt Sophia's thoughts like a lingering specter. She sought solace in the company of friends and family, yet the echo of that fateful night lingered beneath the surface of her consciousness, a puzzle waiting to be solved. And determined to unravel the truth, Sophia delved into Ravenswood's archives, poring over dusty manuscripts and faded photographs that chronicled the town's history. She sought clues, searching for connections that would illuminate the cryptic whispers that had stirred her soul. It was during her research that Sophia uncovered a faded portrait, a sepia-toned photograph tucked away in the depths of a forgotten ledger. The figure in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the hooded statue in the town square, a likeness captured in a moment frozen in time, its secrets waiting to be unearthed. Intrigued, Sophia sought the counsel of an elderly historian named Professor Everett, a sage whose knowledge of Ravenswood's past spanned decades. With reverence and a sense of urgency, she shared her experience at the statue and the revelations that had stirred her quest for understanding. Professor Everett listened intently, his keen eyes reflecting the flickering lamplight as he considered Sophia's tale. The statue holds more than mere stone and mortar, he mused, his voice a low rumble that carried the weight of years spent unraveling the town's enigmatic history. He led Sophia through winding corridors of forgotten lore, guiding her through the annals of Ravenswood's past like a navigator charting the course of an ancient sea. Together they unearthed tales of star-crossed lovers and clandestine affairs, of secrets buried beneath layers of time and tradition. And amidst the tales spun from the tapestry of Ravenswood's history, Sophia discovered a thread that wove through generations, binding the present to the echoes of the past. It was a story of forbidden love and tragic sacrifice, a story that had shaped the destiny of the town and the souls who called it home. With each revelation, Sophia's understanding deepened, her perception shifting like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. The whispers of the statue had revealed not only hidden truths but the interconnectedness of lives lived and lost, their stories etched into the very fabric of Ravenswood's existence. As the seasons turned and the town embraced the ebb and flow of daily life, Sophia found solace in the knowledge that some secrets were meant to be uncovered, their echoes resonating through the corridors of time like whispers in the wind. The statue in the town square remained a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to listen. And as Sophia stood before the statue once more, her hand resting against its weathered base, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, a peace born from understanding and the unspoken bond forged between herself and the whispers that had stirred her soul. For in the heart of Ravenswood, where the past intertwined with the present and the future awaited its unveiling, Sophia had discovered not only the secrets of the whispering statue, but the timeless truths that connected her to the tapestry of life itself. Story 15. In the heart of a quiet, picturesque town nestled among rolling hills and ancient forests stood St. Mary's Church, a sanctuary of peace and solace for its devout parishioners. With its steeple reaching toward the heavens and stained glass windows casting kaleidoscopic patterns of light upon the pews, it was a place where the faithful gathered each Sunday to seek guidance and communion. Yet, amidst the serenity of St. Mary's, whispers of an enigmatic presence circulated among the congregation, a presence that defied explanation and stirred the depths of belief and skepticism alike. For years, parishioners had spoken in hushed tones of a shadowy figure that appeared during Sunday services, a figure glimpsed kneeling at the back of the church, its form elusive and insubstantial, vanishing into the ether whenever approached. Among the congregation was Father Thomas, a man of unwavering faith and compassion, whose gentle demeanor and steadfast devotion endeared him to the community. He had heard the murmurs of the shadowy figure, the tales whispered in confessionals and shared over Sunday suppers. Though he approached the stories with a sense of skepticism, Father Thomas could not deny the unease that gripped his heart whenever the topic arose. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the church's stained glass windows, Father Thomas ascended the pulpit to deliver his sermon. The pews were filled with parishioners, a congregation of familiar faces whose faith had sustained them through trials and triumphs alike. As Father Thomas spoke of forgiveness and redemption, his gaze wandered to the back of the church, a dimly lit corner where the shadows seemed to gather. There, amidst the play of light and darkness, he caught a fleeting movement, a whisper of movement that defied rational explanation. A figure, a silhouette draped in darkness, knelt silently at the back of the church, its form indistinct yet unmistakably human. Father Thomas felt a chill run down his spine, a prickling sensation that signaled the presence of something beyond the realm of mortal understanding. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as Father Thomas stared at the shadowy figure. The congregation shifted restlessly, unaware of the silent drama unfolding at the back of the church. Then, as if sensing Father Thomas's scrutiny, the figure turned its head slightly, revealing a face obscured by darkness yet radiating an aura of profound sorrow. Heart pounding with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Father Thomas descended from the pulpit and made his way toward the back of the church. His footsteps echoed softly against the ancient stone floor, the sound muffled by the hushed whispers of parishioners who watched with bated breath. "Peace be with you," Father Thomas called out, his voice carrying across the church with a solemnity that belied his inner turmoil. The figure remained still, its presence a palpable weight in the air. Father Thomas approached cautiously, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, fear and compassion, skepticism and faith. He stopped a few feet away, unsure of how to proceed, yet compelled by a sense of duty to confront the mysterious entity that had haunted the church for so long. "Who are you?" Father Thomas asked softly, his voice tinged with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. The figure did not reply, its form shimmering faintly as if caught between worlds. Father Thomas took a tentative step closer, his gaze fixed upon the shadowy outline that knelt before him. He sensed a presence, a soul in turmoil, seeking solace within the sanctuary of St. Mary's. "Are you lost?" Father Thomas ventured, his voice gentle yet firm. "Do you seek forgiveness?" A sigh, a whisper of sound, escaped the figure's lips, a sound laden with the weight of untold sorrows. Father Thomas felt a surge of empathy, a profound connection to the spirit that lingered within the church's hallowed walls. I am here to help," Father Thomas continued, his words a beacon of reassurance in the face of uncertainty. "You are welcome here." In response, the figure seemed to waver, a flickering shadow caught between existence and oblivion. Father Thomas reached out instinctively, his hand extended in a gesture of compassion and understanding. The figure remained still, its presence a silent testament to the mysteries that bound the living and the departed. With a sudden clarity born of faith and determination, Father Thomas closed his eyes and uttered a prayer for guidance, for enlightenment, for the grace to bridge the gap between worlds. The church grew quiet, the air charged with an energy that seemed to pulse with the beating of Father Thomas's heart. When he opened his eyes once more, the figure was gone, a fleeting shadow that had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. The church remained bathed in sunlight, its pews filled with parishioners who sat in reverent silence, unaware of the spiritual drama that had unfolded in their midst. Father Thomas stood alone at the back of the church, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. Had he imagined the figure, or had he truly encountered a soul in need of redemption, a spirit seeking solace within the sanctuary of St. Mary's? As he pondered the unanswered questions that lingered in the air, Father Thomas felt a sense of peace settle over him, a peace born of faith and the knowledge that, in the sacred space of the church, mysteries could be embraced and souls could find their way home. Story 16. In the heart of Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and a hush hung heavy in the air, nestled a forgotten cemetery. Its gravestones, weathered and worn with time, bore the names and dates of souls long departed, silent witnesses to the passage of centuries. Few dared to venture into the depths of the woods where the cemetery lay hidden, for it was said that the veil between the living and the dead grew thin under the canopy of gnarled branches. Among the villagers of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of Whispering Woods, tales of the forgotten cemetery were whispered in hushed tones. Stories passed down through generations spoke of restless spirits and spectral apparitions that roamed among the tombstones after dusk. Some claimed to have heard faint whispers carried on the wind, while others swore they had seen figures flit between the shadows of ancient graves. As a historian with a passion for unraveling the mysteries of the past, the legend of the forgotten cemetery intrigued me deeply. Armed with a notebook, camera, and a keen sense of curiosity, I ventured into Willowbrook with the intention of exploring the enigmatic burial ground hidden within Whispering Woods. My journey began on a mist-laden morning, when tendrils of fog curled around the trunks of ancient trees like ghostly fingers. The air was cool and damp, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp moss and decaying leaves. Willowbrook greeted me with quaint cottages adorned with flowering vines, their windows reflecting the soft light of the rising sun. Guided by the villagers' vague directions and an old map procured from the town archives, I set out along a winding path that led deeper into Whispering Woods. The dense foliage closed in around me, enveloping me in a cocoon of greenery that seemed to swallow the sounds of civilization beyond its borders. Birds sang overhead, their melodies weaving through the rustling leaves, as if heralding my arrival. After what felt like hours of walking, the woods suddenly opened up to reveal a clearing, a pocket of tranquility nestled amidst the ancient trees. And there, bathed in dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above, lay the forgotten cemetery. The gravestones stood in silent rows, their shapes softened by moss and lichen that clung to their weathered surfaces. Some leaned precariously, their inscriptions faded with age and obscured by the passage of time. Others stood tall and proud, their epitaphs etched in stone as if to defy the erasure of memory. I approached the nearest gravestone with reverence, running my fingers lightly over its rough surface. The name engraved upon it, Rebecca Hawthorne, born 1765, died 1823, spoke of a life lived centuries ago, now immortalized in the quiet solitude of Whispering Woods. As I moved among the gravestones, each one told a story of its own, a life lost, a love remembered, a legacy preserved in stone. As dusk descended upon the cemetery, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the mossy ground, a profound stillness settled over Whispering Woods. The air grew colder, carrying with it a sense of anticipation that quickened my pulse. It was then that I heard it, a faint murmur, like voices carried on the breeze, drifting through the cemetery as if summoned from the depths of time itself. Heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, I followed the ethereal sound deeper into the cemetery. The voices grew clearer, their cadence haunting yet strangely comforting, a chorus of whispers that spoke of sorrow, longing, and the echoes of lives intertwined with the earth. Among the gravestones, shadows danced like specters, their forms flickering between the ancient oaks. I glimpsed fleeting figures, apparitions clothed in garments of another era, their faces bearing expressions of sorrow or joy that transcended the boundaries of mortality. They moved with a grace that belied their ethereal nature, drifting among the tombstones as if reliving moments from lives long past. One figure, in particular, caught my eye, a young woman with eyes that glimmered like stars in the fading light. She stood beside a weathered gravestone, her hand resting gently upon its surface as if in silent communion with the soul it memorialized. Her presence radiated a sense of peace amidst the melancholy that hung heavy in the air. I approached cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable pull that transcended reason. The young woman turned to face me, her gaze piercing yet filled with an otherworldly kindness. Without speaking, she beckoned me closer, her expression inviting me to share in the secrets whispered among the tombstones. "You seek answers," she murmured, her voice a soft breeze that stirred the leaves above. "You seek to understand the ties that bind the living and the dead." I nodded, unable to tear my gaze away from her luminous presence. She smiled faintly, a gesture that held more wisdom than words could convey. "The veil is thin here." In whispering woods, she continued, her voice a melody that resonated deep within my soul. "Those who come with an open heart may glimpse the threads that connect past and present, life and death." With trembling hands, I reached out to touch the gravestone beside her, the final resting place of Sarah Whitaker, beloved wife and mother, born 1790, died 1837. The stone was cool beneath my fingertips, a tangible link to a life that had once thrived amid the whispering trees. As I stood beside the young woman, enveloped in the quietude of the forgotten cemetery, a profound sense of peace washed over me. The voices around us faded into the background, their murmurs blending with the rustling leaves and the sighing wind. I felt a connection, a fleeting glimpse into the tapestry of existence that bound us all together across time and space. When dawn broke over whispering woods, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I emerged from the cemetery with a heart full of wonder and reverence. The experience had left an indelible mark upon my soul, a reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden within the quiet corners of the world. As I made my way back to Willowbrook, the memory of the forgotten cemetery lingered like a gentle whisper in the back of my mind. Its gravestones stood as silent sentinels, guardians of stories untold and lives remembered. And though I knew that the villagers would continue to whisper of spectral figures and ghostly voices among the tombstones, I carried with me a deeper understanding, a glimpse of the interconnectedness of life and death that transcended the boundaries of mortal perception. Story 17. In the heart of a sleepy town, nestled among rolling hills and fields of golden wheat, stood an old schoolhouse with weathered walls and a bell tower that stretched towards the heavens. Generations of children had passed through its doors, their laughter echoing in the corridors alongside whispered secrets and the rustle of pages turning. But beneath its quaint facade lay a haunting tale that had woven itself into the fabric of local lore, the tragic fire that claimed the lives of several children on a fateful day many years ago. It was a story passed down from parent to child, a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring spirit of those who had perished in the blaze. As the years turned into decades, the memory of that tragic day faded into obscurity, overshadowed by the passage of time and the bustling rhythm of modern life. Yet there was one enduring mystery that continued to captivate the town, a phenomenon that defied explanation and stirred whispers of the supernatural. Every year, on the anniversary of the tragic fire, the old school bell would ring on its own at precisely 3 a.m. The sound would reverberate through the stillness of the night, piercing the darkness with its mournful toll. Some said it was the restless spirits of the children, trapped between worlds and seeking solace in the tolling of the bell. Others believed it was a lingering echo of the trauma that had scarred the schoolhouse forever. I had heard the stories since childhood, the tales of the haunted school bell that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. Intrigued by the mystery and driven by a desire to uncover the truth, I embarked on a journey to unravel the secrets that lay hidden within the walls of the old schoolhouse. It was a crisp autumn evening when I arrived at the schoolhouse, the moon hanging low in the sky like a silver coin amidst a sea of stars. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves, the rustling of branches a whispering chorus that greeted me as I approached the weathered wooden doors. With each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, I felt a sense of reverence and trepidation. The schoolhouse seemed to hold its breath, as if bracing itself for the intrusion of an outsider seeking answers to age-old mysteries. I made my way down the dimly lit corridor, my footsteps echoing in the silence of the night. The walls were adorned with faded photographs and yellowed newspaper clippings, fragments of a past that spoke of brighter days and innocence lost. As I reached the foot of the bell tower, a chill ran down my spine, a tangible reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded within these walls so many years ago. The staircase spiraled upwards, its steps worn smooth by the passage of time, leading me towards the heart of the schoolhouse's haunted legacy. With each ascent, the air grew colder and heavier, laden with the weight of unresolved sorrow and lingering spirits. The bell tower loomed overhead like a silent sentinel, its ancient timbers groaning softly in the breeze that filtered through the cracks in the walls. And then, as the clock struck midnight, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change that sent a ripple of anticipation through my veins. The air seemed to hum with a spectral energy, a prelude to the supernatural phenomenon that was about to unfold. I positioned myself beside the old bell, my pulse quickening with a mixture of fear and fascination. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness, each second stretching into eternity as I waited for the appointed hour to arrive. And then, at precisely 3 a.m., it happened. The bell began to toll, its mournful peal echoing through the stillness of the night. The sound reverberated in my chest, a haunting melody that spoke of tragedy and loss, of lives cut short and souls left wandering in the twilight realm between worlds. I watched in awe as the bell swung back and forth with eerie precision, its movements synchronized with the rhythm of a heartbeat that echoed through the centuries. It was as if the spirits of the children had returned, their presence palpable in the mournful tolling that filled the bell tower with a spectral presence. As the last echo faded into silence, I stood transfixed, my mind racing with the weight of what I had witnessed. The haunted school bell had revealed its secret, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. In the days that followed, I struggled to make sense of my experience at the old schoolhouse. The haunting tolling of the bell had left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy. I shared my findings with the townsfolk, recounting the spectral symphony that had unfolded in the bell tower on that fateful night. Some listened with reverence, their eyes brimming with tears for the lost children, whose spirits had found solace in the tolling of the bell. Others dismissed it as fanciful storytelling, unwilling to believe in the existence of a world beyond our own. But for me, the haunted school bell had become more than just a legend. It was a poignant reminder of the power of remembrance and the importance of honoring the past. As I stood beneath the silver glow of the moon, I made a silent promise to never forget the children whose lives had been cut short, their voices echoing in the timeless melody of the bell that rang out on the anniversary of their tragic fate. Story 18. In the heart of the city, nestled between bustling cafes and quaint boutiques, stood a small art gallery known as Spectra's Edge. Its proprietor, Evelyn Spectra, was a reclusive artist whose paintings were whispered to possess an otherworldly allure, a magnetic pull that drew art enthusiasts and curious onlookers alike. Among Spectra's most enigmatic works were a series of paintings that adorned the gallery's walls, each canvas a window into a world of shifting shadows and elusive truths. These paintings, renowned for their ability to evoke emotions both profound and unsettling, held a secret known only to those who dared to gaze upon them for too long. One rainy afternoon, Amelia Hawthorne, a young art aficionado with a penchant for the macabre, found herself drawn to Spectra's Edge. The gallery's dimly lit interior exuded an air of mystery, the soft glow of spotlights casting ethereal halos around the canvases that lined the walls. Amelia's eyes lingered on a painting titled Echoes of the Soul, its surface a swirling tapestry of vibrant colors and haunting imagery. Figures danced amidst shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own, their expressions frozen in a symphony of joy and despair. As she studied the painting, a shiver traced its way down Amelia's spine, a sensation that bordered on unease yet compelled her to delve deeper into its depths. The figures' faces shifted before her eyes, their features contorting into expressions of anguish and longing that stirred her heart with an inexplicable sorrow. Evelyn Spectra, a woman cloaked in an aura of enigma, observed Amelia's fascination from the shadows of the gallery. Her piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the veil of reality, as if she too understood the painting's uncanny ability to reflect the hidden recesses of the human soul. Days turned into weeks, yet Amelia found herself inexorably drawn back to Spectra's Edge, her visits becoming a ritual of introspection and intrigue. Each painting beckoned to her with its own unique allure, revealing glimpses of worlds unseen and emotions unspoken. It was during one such visit that Amelia encountered a fellow patron, a somber figure named Gabriel, whose eyes bore the weight of secrets buried beneath layers of stoic resolve. They exchanged hesitant glances, two souls connected by a shared fascination with Spectra's elusive artistry. "Have you noticed?" Gabriel whispered, his voice a low murmur that seemed to echo through the gallery's hallowed halls. "The paintings, they change when you're not looking." Amelia's breath caught in her throat, her pulse quickening with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. "Change? What do you mean?" Gabriel gestured towards a painting across the room, a serene landscape bathed in the golden hues of twilight. "I saw it," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "At first it was peaceful, a tranquil scene of nature's beauty. But when I glanced away and looked back, the colors had darkened, and shadows crept across the canvas like tendrils of despair." Intrigued yet wary, Amelia approached the painting, her gaze fixated on its shifting hues. As if sensing her presence, the landscape seemed to ripple before her eyes, morphing into a tableau of stark contrasts and unsettling imagery. "It's as if the paintings reflect our innermost fears and desires," Gabriel mused, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. "Evelyn Spectra has captured something beyond mere artistry, a glimpse into the darker corners of the human psyche." Amelia nodded in silent agreement, her mind swirling with questions that begged for answers. What secrets lay hidden within Spectra's paintings, and what compelled the artist to weave such intricate tapestries of emotion and turmoil? Determined to uncover the truth, Amelia sought an audience with Evelyn Spectra, a meeting that would unravel the mysteries woven into the fabric of Spectra's Edge. The artist received her in a studio bathed in the soft glow of daylight filtering through stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the polished wooden floor. "Evelyn," Amelia began, her voice steady yet tinged with a trace of trepidation, "your paintings, they possess an uncanny ability to evoke emotions and reveal truths that seem to transcend mere brushstrokes. How do you achieve such mastery?" Evelyn regarded Amelia with a knowing smile, her eyes alight with a spark of recognition. "Art is a reflection of the soul," she replied, her voice a melodic cadence that resonated with wisdom. "Each painting holds a piece of me, a fragment of my own journey through darkness and light." She led Amelia through the labyrinthine corridors of Spectra's Edge, where paintings hung like guardians of untold stories waiting to be told. Each canvas bore witness to Evelyn's evolution as an artist, her brushstrokes imbued with a raw honesty that spoke of triumphs and tribulations, love and loss. And these Evelyn gestured towards a series of paintings veiled in shadows, their surfaces pulsating with an energy that seemed to ripple through the air. They are my magnum opus, a testament to the human experience, captured in moments of fleeting clarity and eternal struggle. Amelia's gaze swept across the paintings, each one a testament to Evelyn's mastery of technique and emotion. Yet, beneath their outward beauty lay a current of unease, a sense that these works of art held secrets too profound to be fully grasped by mortal understanding. As the hours passed and twilight cast its dusky veil over the gallery, Evelyn shared tales of inspiration and revelation, of nights spent communing with the spirits that whispered through her dreams. She spoke of a muse, an elusive figure whose presence infused Spectra's edge with an aura of mysticism and melancholy. And the changing paintings Amelia ventured, her voice barely a whisper as she dared to broach the topic that had haunted her thoughts since her first encounter with Spectra's art. Evelyn's expression softened, a veil of introspection falling over her features like a shroud. They reveal what lies beneath the surface, she explained, her words laden with the weight of truth. The darkness we suppress, the fears we conceal, each painting is a mirror that reflects the turmoil within. Amelia nodded in understanding, her heart heavy with empathy for the artist whose soul bared itself through strokes of paint and canvas. Together they stood amidst the gallery's silent guardians, their presence a testament to the enduring power of art to illuminate the shadows that dwell within us all. As she bid farewell to Spectra's edge that evening, Amelia carried with her a newfound appreciation for the complexities of human emotion and the transformative power of creativity. The gallery's paintings, with their ability to evoke horror and despair, had become more than mere art. They were windows into the collective consciousness, offering glimpses of truths that transcended the boundaries of time and space. And as she walked through the city streets, the echo of Evelyn's words lingered in her mind like a haunting melody, an invitation to embrace the shadows that dwelled within and to find solace in the beauty that emerged from the depths of despair. Story 19. The old Grand Theater stood as a majestic relic in the heart of downtown, its marquee now faded and its grandeur weathered by time. For decades it had been a beacon of culture and entertainment, hosting countless performances that echoed through its ornate halls. But behind the scenes, amidst the flutter of costumes and the buzz of rehearsals, whispered tales of a presence that lingered, a ghostly audience that applauded and laughed in the silence of empty seats. Among the troupe of actors who called the Grand Theater their artistic home was Evelyn, a seasoned actress with a passion for the stage that burned brighter with each passing year. She had joined the theater in her youth, drawn by its storied history and the promise of breathing life into characters both tragic and triumphant. It was during rehearsals for the upcoming production of Romeo and Juliet that Evelyn first encountered the inexplicable phenomena that had long haunted the theater. The cast had gathered on stage, the set adorned with rich tapestries and flickering candles that cast eerie shadows upon the backdrop. Director Lucas stood at the edge of the stage, his voice resonating with authority as he guided the actors through their lines. As Evelyn delivered Juliet's impassioned soliloquy, she felt a swell of emotion, the words flowing effortlessly from her lips, her heart entwined with the timeless tale of love and tragedy. But amidst the hush of the theater, a sound, a faint murmur, caught her attention. Evelyn paused, her gaze darting to the empty seats that stretched before her. The theater was devoid of audience, yet the unmistakable sound of clapping hands reverberated through the air, a chorus of approval that echoed from the balcony to the orchestra pit. Confusion flickered across Evelyn's features, mirrored by the bemusement of her fellow actors. Lucas frowned, his brow furrowing in concern as he scanned the audience-less theater. "Did anyone else hear that?" Evelyn asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Nods and murmurs of agreement rippled through the cast, a collective acknowledgement of the inexplicable applause that had punctuated their rehearsal. Some exchanged nervous glances, while others chuckled uneasily, dismissing the incident as a trick of the imagination. But Evelyn couldn't shake the sensation that lingered, a presence that seemed to linger just beyond the realm of sight and sound. She continued with the rehearsal, her mind racing with questions that defied rational explanation. Days turned into weeks as rehearsals progressed, each session punctuated by fleeting glimpses and unexplained phenomena. Actors reported hearing laughter, a soft, jovial sound that filled the theater's corridors and dressing rooms, only to vanish without a trace when investigated. The distinct scent of old perfume wafted through the air, a delicate fragrance that lingered long after its source had faded into the ether. As the incidents multiplied, so too did the unease among the cast and crew. Whispers of the theater's haunted reputation circulated once more, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and apprehension that cast a shadow over their preparations. One evening, after a particularly unsettling rehearsal, Evelyn found herself lingering in the dimly lit lobby of the Grand Theater. The air was thick with the weight of history, a palpable presence that seemed to pulse within the very walls of the building. She traced her fingers along the ornate carvings of the grand staircase, her thoughts drifting to the mysteries that had enveloped the theater in an aura of spectral intrigue. "You're not afraid, are you?" The voice, a whisper soft as silk, caused Evelyn to startle. She turned, her gaze searching the shadows that danced in the corners of the lobby. There, standing at the threshold of the theater's entrance, was Lucas, the director whose steadfast demeanor now betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. "Should I be?" Evelyn replied, her voice steady despite the flutter of unease in her chest. Lucas hesitated, his expression a mixture of resignation and intrigue. "There are stories," he began, his voice low as if sharing a secret. "Stories of a spirit, an audience that never leaves, even when the seats are empty." Evelyn listened intently as Lucas recounted the legends that had haunted the Grand Theater for decades. Tales of a former actress, a star of the stage whose passion for performance had transcended death itself. Her spirit, it was said, lingered within the theater's hallowed halls, forever bound to the place where she had once commanded the spotlight. "She loved the applause," Lucas continued, his words tinged with a hint of reverence. "And now she remains an eternal audience to the performances that unfold upon this stage." Evelyn's mind raced with questions, her skepticism warring with a newfound sense of wonder. Could it be possible? Could the unexplained phenomena, the applause, the laughter, the lingering perfume, be manifestations of a spirit trapped between worlds, forever enthralled by the magic of theater? That night, as Evelyn returned to her apartment, her thoughts were consumed by the mysteries of the Grand Theater. She tossed and turned, haunted by visions of shadowy figures and spectral applause that echoed in the chambers of her mind. Determined to uncover the truth, Evelyn returned to the theater the following day. She ventured into its labyrinthine corridors, exploring its hidden alcoves and forgotten spaces with the curiosity of a detective unraveling a centuries-old mystery. In the heart of the theater's archives, amidst yellowed playbills and dusty manuscripts, Evelyn discovered a faded photograph, a portrait of a woman with dark curls and eyes that sparkled with the fire of passion. The inscription beneath the photograph revealed her name, Marguerite Dupont, renowned actress of the late 19th century, whose performances had captivated audiences and critics alike. With each revelation, Evelyn felt a connection to Marguerite, a kindred spirit whose love for the stage transcended the boundaries of time and mortality. She pieced together fragments of history, uncovering accounts of Marguerite's final performance, a rendition of Juliet that had left audiences spellbound, even as illness had claimed her life shortly thereafter. Armed with newfound understanding, Evelyn returned to the stage of the Grand Theater. She stood before the empty seats, her heart heavy with a mixture of reverence and compassion. Closing her eyes, she spoke aloud, a heartfelt plea to the spirit of Marguerite Dupont, whose presence lingered like a phantom in the theater's hallowed halls. "Thank you," Evelyn whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you for sharing your love of the stage with us, for applauding our efforts, even from beyond the veil." For a fleeting moment, Evelyn felt a shift, a subtle change in the atmosphere, as if the air itself had stilled in reverence. Then, as if in response to her words, a gentle breeze swept through the theater, a whisper of sound that seemed to echo with the faintest hint of laughter and the lingering scent of old perfume. And in that moment, Evelyn knew she had uncovered the truth that the Grand Theater was not merely haunted by restless spirits, but enriched by the enduring legacy of those who had dedicated their lives to the art of storytelling and the magic of performance. Story 20. Nestled at the edge of Pineview, a small-town diner named Rosie's stood as a beacon of familiarity and comfort for its patrons. Rosie herself, a stout woman with a perpetual smile and a knack for remembering everyone's favorite order, had run the diner for decades. But one fateful autumn evening, the quaint diner became the center of a baffling phenomenon that would unsettle even the most steadfast of Pineview's residents. It began like any other evening at Rosie's, a steady flow of regulars and travelers seeking respite from the chill of the season. The diner buzzed with laughter and the comforting clink of cutlery against plates as Rosie bustled behind the counter, her apron dusted with flour from her famous apple pies. Among the patrons that evening were Jim and Sarah, a young couple passing through Pineview on their way to a weekend getaway in the mountains. They settled into a cozy booth near the window, casting occasional glances at the mist-shrouded streets outside. As they enjoyed their meals, a strange sensation crept over Jim. He glanced at his watch, a worn timepiece inherited from his grandfather, and frowned. "Hey, Sarah," he began tentatively, "doesn't it feel like we've been here for a while? Like longer than we should have?" Sarah looked up from her plate, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Jim hesitated, searching for the right words. "It feels like time's standing still. Like we're stuck in this moment." Sarah laughed softly, though unease flickered in her eyes. "You're imagining things, Jim. We're just having a leisurely dinner. Relax." But as the minutes ticked by, Jim's unease grew. Conversations around them seemed to loop back to the same topics. Patrons ordered the same meals in the same sequence, and Rosie's cheerful greetings became eerily repetitive. It was as if time itself had faltered within the confines of Rosie's diner. Unable to shake the feeling of déjà vu, Jim discreetly checked his watch again. To his disbelief, the hour hand had not moved. It remained steadfastly fixed at 7:23 p.m. "Sarah," Jim whispered urgently, leaning closer across the table, "look at my watch. It hasn't moved. It's stuck at 7:23. Sarah's eyes widened in alarm as she glanced at the frozen timepiece. "That's impossible," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was 7:23 when we got here." A shiver ran down Jim's spine as realization dawned. "We're in a time loop," he breathed, his mind racing to comprehend the inexplicable phenomenon unfolding around them. As if on cue, Rosie approached their table with a warm smile. "Everything all right, dears? Need a refill on your coffee?" Jim and Sarah exchanged a hesitant glance, unsure of how to broach the subject. Jim began carefully, "Has anything strange happened here tonight?" Rosie chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Why, whatever do you mean, dear?" Every night at Rosie's is just the same old routine. Jim's stomach sank. No, Rosie, do you ever feel like things repeat themselves here? Rosie's expression softened, her gaze flickering with a trace of sympathy. Some say time's a funny thing, dear. Sometimes it plays tricks on us. But don't you worry, you're in good company here at Rosie's. With a sense of resignation, Jim and Sarah realized they were trapped in a loop, a never-ending cycle where every hour reset itself, leading inexorably back to 7:23 p.m. Each iteration brought subtle variations, a misplaced word, a changed order, but always ending with a chilling twist that sent a shiver down their spines. On one occasion, a diner patron spilled scalding coffee, narrowly missing Sarah's lap, a moment that replayed with disturbing accuracy each time the loop reset. Another time, Jim overheard a snippet of conversation that hinted at a tragic accident involving a local family, a revelation that sent ripples of unease through the diner's atmosphere. As they navigated through the repeating hour, Jim and Sarah sought answers. They pieced together fragments of overheard conversations, delved into old newspapers tucked away in the diner's corner, and consulted with Rosie, who seemed to hold a deeper understanding of the diner's inexplicable phenomenon. "It's the memories, you see," Rosie explained one evening, her voice tinged with a solemnity that belied her usual cheer. "Some memories are like echoes, trapped in the fabric of time. They replay themselves over and over, seeking resolution." With Rosie's guidance, Jim and Sarah began to unravel the threads of the time loop. They discovered that Rosie's diner had been the site of a tragic event years ago, a fire that claimed several lives, leaving behind unresolved grief and lingering spirits that haunted the diner's space. Driven by a determination to break free from the loop and offer peace to the restless souls, Jim and Sarah embarked on a journey of reconciliation. They reached out to the descendants of those affected by the fire, offering solace and closure where once there had been pain and sorrow. And as they worked to heal the wounds of the past, the hour began to shift imperceptibly. Conversations at Rosie's diner took on new meanings. Patrons found closure in unexpected ways, and the oppressive weight of the time loop slowly began to lift. One evening, as Jim and Sarah sat at their familiar booth by the window, they watched in awe as Rosie's clock ticked past 7:23 p.m. for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The diner buzzed with renewed energy, the air filled with a palpable sense of relief. Rosie approached their table with a radiant smile. "Looks like we've finally moved on from 7:23, dears. Here's to new beginnings." Jim and Sarah exchanged a grateful glance, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had played a part in breaking the cycle that had ensnared Rosie's diner for so long. As they bid farewell to Pineview and its resilient community, they carried with them a newfound appreciation for the mysteries of time and the enduring power of healing. And though the memory of the time loop at Rosie's diner would linger in their minds for years to come, they knew that some stories were meant to be shared, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the bonds that transcend the boundaries of time itself. Story 21. In the heart of our small town, nestled amidst towering oaks and winding paths, lay Maplewood Park, a quaint oasis where laughter once echoed joyously and the rustling of leaves danced to the tune of children's footsteps. It was a place of innocence and play, where swings creaked in the breeze and the merry-go-round spun under the warm embrace of the sun. But as twilight descended and the shadows lengthened, Maplewood Park transformed into a realm shrouded in mystery and whispered tales. On foggy nights, when the mist curled like ghostly fingers around the trunks of ancient trees, residents spoke in hushed tones of a phenomenon that defied explanation, the echoing laughter of children who no longer walked among the living. I first heard of the haunting laughter from old Mrs. Thompson, the town's beloved storyteller, whose silver hair framed a face etched with a lifetime of wisdom and wonder. She spoke of nights when the park was enveloped in a blanket of fog so thick that it seemed to swallow the world whole. It was on such nights, she recalled, her voice a soft whisper carried on the breeze, that I would hear them, the children, laughing and playing as if they hadn't a care in the world. But when I went to investigate, there was no one there. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity within me, a yearning to uncover the truth behind the spectral laughter that had become a part of Maplewood Park's enigmatic allure. Armed with a flashlight and a heart full of wonder, I ventured into the park one fog-laden evening, my senses alert to every rustle of leaves and distant murmur carried on the wind. The air was cool and damp, infused with the earthy scent of wet leaves and the distant tang of autumn. Shadows danced along the path ahead, elongated and distorted by the ethereal glow of the moon struggling to pierce through the veil of mist. As I walked deeper into the heart of the park, a soft sound caught my ear, a melodic chorus of laughter that floated on the breeze like a forgotten lullaby. It was unmistakably the laughter of children, carefree and full of joy, echoing through the stillness of the night. My heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation as I followed the sound, my footsteps crunching softly on the damp earth. The laughter grew louder, drawing me deeper into the embrace of the fog that seemed to thicken with each passing moment. And then, just ahead, I saw them, a faint outline of shadowy figures darting among the trees, their laughter ringing like bells in the misty air. They were ephemeral and indistinct, like wisps of smoke caught in the moonlight, yet their presence was undeniable. I approached cautiously, my breath catching in my throat as I glimpsed the children at play. They wore clothes of another era, faded dresses and threadbare overalls that spoke of a time long past. Their faces were obscured by the haze of the fog, yet their laughter painted a vivid picture of innocence and boundless imagination. Mesmerized, I watched as they chased each other in circles around the base of an ancient oak, their laughter echoing in the hollows of my mind. It was as if time had folded upon itself, bridging the gap between past and present in a spectral dance of memory and longing. As I stood there, a wave of sadness washed over me, a poignant reminder of lives cut short and the innocence lost to the passage of time. These children, their spirits lingering in the park they once called their own, were a testament to the enduring power of joy and the resilience of the human spirit even in the face of tragedy. As days turned into weeks, and I returned to Maplewood Park night after night, drawn by the haunting melody of children's laughter that echoed in the fog. I sought answers in the annals of local history and spoke with elders whose memories stretched back to a time when the park was alive with the vibrant energy of youth. Through their stories, I learned of a devastating fire that had swept through the town decades ago, claiming the lives of several children who had sought refuge in the park on that fateful night. Their spirits, it was said, had never left, their laughter and playfulness eternally intertwined with the essence of Maplewood Park. With each visit, I felt a deeper connection to the children who had touched my heart with their spectral presence. I brought flowers to their favorite spots, whispered words of comfort into the mist, and listened intently as their laughter carried on the breeze, a bittersweet reminder of the beauty and fragility of life. The townsfolk, too, embraced the presence of the children's spirits, leaving offerings of toys and trinkets beneath the shadowy branches of the ancient oak. It became a ritual of remembrance, a gesture of gratitude for the joy they had brought to Maplewood Park, even in the face of unimaginable loss. And so Maplewood Park became not just a place of haunting mystery, but a sanctuary of love and compassion, a testament to the enduring bonds that transcend the boundaries between this world and the next. The echoing laughter of children became a beacon of hope, reminding us all to cherish each moment, for even in the depths of darkness, there is light and laughter waiting to be rediscovered. Story 22. In the heart of downtown, nestled between vintage boutiques and trendy cafes, stood an old-fashioned clothing store known as Luna's Attire. Its facade, adorned with intricate wrought iron accents and a display window that beckoned passers-by with its ever-changing ensembles, held a secret known only to those who frequented its hallowed halls, a mannequin that seemed to possess a life of its own. The mannequin, an elegant figure dressed in the latest fashion trends, stood sentinel in the store's display window by day. Its posture was statuesque, arms poised gracefully at its sides, head tilted slightly as if gazing into the bustling street beyond. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the city surrendered to the embrace of night, Luna's Attire became a stage for a peculiar phenomenon. Each morning, when the shop owner, Mrs. Luna, arrived to unlock the store and prepare for the day ahead, she would find the mannequin in a different spot within the display window. At first, Mrs. Luna dismissed it as a trick of her tired mind, a quirk of memory perhaps, or the result of an overactive imagination in the quiet hours before dawn. But as the days turned into weeks and the phenomenon persisted, she found herself unable to ignore the unsettling truth that unfolded before her eyes. The mannequin's movements defied logic. One morning it would be positioned at the far left corner of the window, its unseeing eyes fixed on a point somewhere beyond the glass. The next day, it might be centered, arms outstretched as if welcoming the first light of dawn with a silent embrace. Rumors began to circulate among the locals, whispered in hushed tones over morning coffee and late-night cocktails. Some speculated that Mrs. Luna had installed a sophisticated mechanism to rotate the mannequin, a clever marketing ploy to attract curious customers. Others claimed it was the work of mischievous teenagers, seeking to unsettle the tranquility of the sleepy downtown district. But Mrs. Luna knew better. She had inherited the store from her grandmother, a woman of unwavering conviction and a deep respect for the supernatural forces that shaped their family's legacy. As a child, Mrs. Luna had listened with wide-eyed wonder to her grandmother's tales of enchanted mannequins and haunted garments, passed down through generations like heirlooms of arcane knowledge. Determined to unravel the mystery that gripped Luna's Attire in its spectral embrace, Mrs. Luna enlisted the help of her loyal assistant, Emily, a spirited young woman whose curiosity matched her own. Together they embarked on a journey of discovery, their days filled with meticulous observations and whispered conversations that lingered on the edge of belief and skepticism. "It's as if the mannequin has a mind of its own," Emily mused one evening, her voice a whisper that echoed through the empty store. "Do you think it's possible?" Mrs. Luna considered Emily's words, her gaze drawn to the mannequin that stood sentinel in the corner of the display window. Its expressionless face seemed to hold a secret, a silent witness to the passage of time and the mysteries that unfolded under the cloak of darkness. "I believe anything is possible," Mrs. Luna replied, her voice tinged with a mixture of apprehension and awe. "There are forces in this world that defy explanation, that challenge our understanding of reality." With renewed determination, Mrs. Luna and Emily delved deeper into Luna's Attire's history, uncovering fragments of lore and whispered tales that spoke of enchanted mannequins and the spirits that dwelled within them. They sought counsel from local historians and occult scholars, piecing together a tapestry of knowledge that illuminated the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of their quaint downtown district. One fateful evening, as the moon hung low in the sky like a silver lantern, Mrs. Luna and Emily kept vigil within Luna's Attire. Armed with candles and incense, they surrounded the mannequin in a circle of protective energy, a ritual born from ancient traditions and guided by the wisdom of generations past. "Show yourself," Mrs. Luna intoned, her voice steady despite the fluttering of her heart. "Reveal the truth that binds you to this place." The air grew thick with anticipation, charged with a palpable energy that seemed to hum in harmony with the beating of their hearts. Shadows danced along the walls, their movements a testament to the unseen forces that converged within Luna's attire's hallowed halls. And then it happened. A faint whisper, barely audible at first, echoed through the stillness of the night. The mannequin stirred, its head tilting ever so slightly, as if acknowledging the presence of its captivated audience. Mrs. Luna and Emily held their breath, their eyes fixed on the mannequin's unmoving form. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, it began to move, its arms shifting, fingers curling as if reaching towards an invisible horizon. "It's alive," Emily gasped, her voice tinged with awe and disbelief. But Mrs. Luna remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering as she met the mannequin's unseeing eyes. "What do you seek?" she whispered, her words a plea that resonated with the weight of centuries-old secrets. The mannequin's response was a flicker, a ripple of movement that cascaded through its form like a wave crashing upon the shore. And in that fleeting moment, Mrs. Luna glimpsed the truth that had eluded her for so long, a reflection of yearning and longing, of a spirit bound to Luna's attire by threads woven from the fabric of time itself. As dawn broke over the city skyline, bathing Luna's attire in hues of gold and rose, Mrs. Luna and Emily stood in silent reverence before the mannequin. Its form remained motionless once more, a silent sentinel amidst the shifting tides of reality and perception. The mystery of Luna's attire's faceless mannequin endured, a testament to the enduring power of belief and the indomitable spirit of those who dared to embrace the unknown. And as word spread through the city streets of the enchanted mannequin that moved on its own, Luna's attire became more than a store. It became a beacon of wonder and possibility in a world where mystery still lingered, waiting to be discovered. Story 23. In the heart of Willowbrook, a quaint town nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient forests, stood a weathered stone well in the center of the town square. It was an unassuming structure, adorned with moss-covered bricks and a rusted iron crank, its depths shrouded in mystery and folklore. For generations, the townsfolk whispered tales of the well, a well rumored to grant wishes to those who dared to toss a coin into its murky waters. Yet the granting of wishes came with a sinister caveat, an insidious whisper that followed those who dared to seek the well's otherworldly favor, urging them to make a pact. Among the townsfolk was Emily, a spirited young woman with dreams as vast as the starlit sky. She had grown up hearing the tales of the cursed well, stories whispered by elders around hearth fires and shared in hushed tones among friends beneath the shade of ancient oaks. But unlike many who regarded the well with apprehension, Emily harbored a curiosity that burned brighter with each passing day. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden hues of sunset painted the town square in a warm embrace, Emily found herself standing before the well. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns etched into the well's weathered surface. A cool breeze stirred the leaves overhead, carrying with it the faint scent of wood smoke and the promise of autumn's arrival. Emily withdrew a silver coin from her pocket, a cherished keepsake from her late grandmother, and held it between trembling fingertips. "To grant my deepest wish," Emily whispered, her voice barely above a breath, "I offer this coin to thee, O ancient well." With a flick of her wrist, Emily tossed the coin into the well's depths. It gleamed briefly in the fading light before disappearing beneath the surface with a soft splash. Silence descended upon the town square, a stillness that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Moments passed like eternity as Emily waited, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Just when she began to doubt the tales that had fueled her curiosity, a whisper, a soft, melodic whisper, echoed in the depths of her mind. "Make a pact," the voice urged, its tone both seductive and chilling. Emily's breath caught in her throat, her gaze fixed upon the well. She felt a presence, an unseen force that tugged at the edges of her consciousness, compelling her to heed its call. Her mind raced with questions: what pact? At what cost? Before Emily could gather her thoughts, a figure emerged from the shadows, a woman cloaked in a gown woven from moonlight and shadows. Her eyes shimmered with ancient wisdom, her expression unreadable yet filled with a knowing certainty. "You seek to fulfill a wish," the woman spoke, her voice a gentle murmur that resonated with the wisdom of ages. "But wishes granted by the well come with a price, a pact that binds the seeker to its terms." Emily hesitated, her pulse quickening with a mixture of fear and fascination. She had heard tales of those who had made pacts with the well, tales of fortunes gained and dreams realized, but at a cost too terrible to bear. Yet she could not deny the allure of the unknown, the temptation to grasp at the fleeting promise of her deepest desires. "What is the pact?" Emily asked, her voice trembling despite her efforts to appear composed. The woman regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality, her expression grave yet tinged with a hint of compassion. "The pact requires sacrifice," the woman replied, her words weighted with the weight of inevitability. "A sacrifice of equal value to the wish granted, a choice that cannot be undone." Emily's mind raced with uncertainty, a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions that threatened to overwhelm her resolve. She had come seeking a wish born of dreams and aspirations that had long eluded her grasp. But now, faced with the reality of the pact, she hesitated, torn between desire and the fear of the unknown consequences. As if sensing Emily's turmoil, the woman extended a hand, a gesture of understanding and guidance. "Choose wisely, young one," she urged, her voice a whisper carried on the breeze. "For the well's gifts are bound by ancient laws, and its pacts are written in the fabric of destiny." With a heavy heart, Emily withdrew from the well's edge. She knew then that some wishes were not meant to be fulfilled at any cost, that the truest desires of the heart were those earned through perseverance and courage, rather than granted by ephemeral promises. With each step away from the well, Emily felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a burden of uncertainty and longing that had clouded her judgment. She turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the sun dipped below the hills in a blaze of crimson and gold. In that moment of clarity, Emily realized that the greatest wish she could ever hope to fulfill lay not in the hands of a mystical well, but within the depths of her own spirit. A wish for strength, resilience, and the courage to forge her own path toward a future filled with promise and possibility. And as she walked away from the well, leaving behind the whispers and temptations that had ensnared her heart, Emily carried with her a newfound understanding that true fulfillment was not found in wishes granted, but in the journey of self-discovery and the unwavering pursuit of dreams that illuminated the path ahead. Story 24. In the quaint town of Crestwood, nestled amidst rolling hills and winding rivers, an annual occurrence struck fear into the hearts of its residents: the unexplained power outage on the same date, every year, precisely at midnight. This mysterious phenomenon had haunted Crestwood for as long as anyone could remember, defying explanation despite numerous inquiries made to the baffled electric company. The first time it happened, decades ago, the town was plunged into darkness without warning. Lights flickered and died, electronics fell silent, and a deep, unsettling quiet settled over the streets. Panic spread like wildfire as residents stumbled outside their homes, searching for answers in the velvety blackness of the night sky. Mayor Evelyn Hartley, a stalwart leader known for her unwavering resolve, stood on the steps of Crestwood's town hall that fateful night, her voice amplified by a megaphone as she tried to calm the anxious crowd gathered before her. "Citizens of Crestwood," she began, her tone firm yet reassuring, We are aware of the power outage affecting our town. Rest assured, we are in contact with the electric company and are working tirelessly to resolve this issue. But as the minutes stretched into hours, and the midnight hour came and went without the return of electricity, unease settled over Crestwood like a heavy fog. Rumors spread through the crowd, whispers of supernatural forces, government conspiracies, and cosmic anomalies that defied rational explanation. In the days that followed, investigations were launched, committees formed, and experts consulted. The electric company scrambled to identify the cause: a malfunctioning grid, a rogue circuit, even weather-related phenomena were considered and subsequently ruled out. Yet, each year as the dreaded date approached, tension mounted once more in Crestwood, and residents braced themselves for the inevitable blackout. Among the townsfolk was Emily Collins, a young journalist with a keen interest in uncovering the truth behind Crestwood's annual mystery. Armed with a notebook, camera, and an insatiable curiosity, Emily delved into the town's history, poring over old records and interviewing elderly residents who had witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. It was like the whole town held its breath, Mrs. Johnson, a longtime resident, recalled with a shiver. The darkness felt unnatural, like something was watching us from beyond. Emily scribbled notes furiously, piecing together fragments of information that hinted at a pattern hidden within Crestwood's past. She discovered that the power outage had occurred annually for over 70 years, always on the same date, October 17th, the anniversary of a tragic event that had forever marked the town's collective memory. In 1948, a devastating fire had swept through Crestwood, claiming numerous lives and leaving behind scars that ran deep. The anniversary of the fire coincided with the date of the annual blackout, a chilling coincidence that sent a chill down Emily's spine. Determined to uncover the truth, Emily delved deeper into the town's archives, uncovering forgotten newspaper clippings and eyewitness accounts from the night of the fire. She learned of a local legend, a tale whispered among generations, passed down like a dark inheritance. According to the legend, on the night of October 17th, 1948, as flames consumed Crestwood's streets and homes, a mysterious figure was said to have appeared at the edge of town. Clad in a cloak of shadows, eyes ablaze with an unearthly light, the figure was rumored to possess powers beyond mortal comprehension, a harbinger of doom or salvation, depending on who told the tale. As Emily pieced together the fragments of the legend, she began to suspect a connection between the figure and Crestwood's annual blackout. Was it possible that the mysterious entity was somehow linked to the town's electrical disturbances, a manifestation of unresolved trauma seeking acknowledgement and closure? Armed with her findings, Emily confronted Mayor Evelyn Hartley, who had weathered countless blackout nights with stoic determination. Together, they sifted through historical documents and testimonies, searching for clues that might shed light on Crestwood's enduring mystery. "It's more than just a blackout," Mayor Hartley murmured, her gaze fixed on a faded photograph from 1948. "It's a reminder of what we lost, and what we've yet to understand." With Mayor Hartley's support, Emily embarked on a campaign to raise awareness about Crestwood's history and the significance of October 17th. She organized community events, facilitated discussions among residents, and lobbied the electric company for increased transparency regarding the annual blackout. Slowly, the veil of uncertainty began to lift in Crestwood. Residents shared their stories, confronting long-held fears and embracing the town's rich tapestry of triumphs and tragedies. October 17th became a day of remembrance and reconciliation, a time to honor the past while looking towards the future with hope and resilience. And on that fateful date, as midnight approached once more, Emily stood alongside Mayor Hartley and the townspeople gathered in Crestwood's central square. The air crackled with anticipation, mingled with a newfound sense of unity and understanding. As the clock struck 12, the town held its breath, waiting, watching, and believing in the power of collective memory to illuminate the darkest corners of history. And as if in response to their shared resolve, the lights of Crestwood flickered back to life, casting a warm glow upon the faces of its resilient inhabitants. The annual blackout had come to an end, but Crestwood's journey towards healing had only just begun. Through courage, compassion, and a commitment to truth, the town had transformed a mystery into a testament of community strength, a beacon of resilience that shone brightly against the backdrop of uncertainty. And as Emily looked out upon the faces of those gathered, she knew that Crestwood's story would endure, a reminder that even in the face of the unexplained, hope could illuminate the path forward, one step at a time. Story 24. In the quaint town of Crestwood, nestled amidst rolling hills and winding rivers, an annual occurrence struck fear into the hearts of its residents: the unexplained power outage on the same date, every year, precisely at midnight. This mysterious phenomenon had haunted Crestwood for as long as anyone could remember, defying explanation despite numerous inquiries made to the baffled electric company. The first time it happened, decades ago, the town was plunged into darkness without warning. Lights flickered and died, electronics fell silent, and a deep, unsettling quiet settled over the streets. Panic spread like wildfire as residents stumbled outside their homes, searching for answers in the velvety blackness of the night sky. Mayor Evelyn Hartley, a stalwart leader known for her unwavering resolve, stood on the steps of Crestwood's town hall that fateful night, her voice amplified by a megaphone as she tried to calm the anxious crowd gathered before her. "Citizens of Crestwood," she began, her tone firm yet reassuring, "we are aware of the power outage affecting our town. Rest assured, we are in contact with the electric company and are working tirelessly to resolve this issue." But as the minutes stretched into hours, and the midnight hour came and went without the return of electricity, unease settled over Crestwood like a heavy fog. Rumors spread through the crowd, whispers of supernatural forces, government conspiracies, and cosmic anomalies that defied rational explanation. In the days that followed, investigations were launched, committees formed, and experts consulted. The electric company scrambled to identify the cause: a malfunctioning grid, a rogue circuit. Even weather-related phenomena were considered and subsequently ruled out. Yet, each year as the dreaded date approached, tension mounted once more in Crestwood, and residents braced themselves for the inevitable blackout. Among the townsfolk was Emily Collins, a young journalist with a keen interest in uncovering the truth behind Crestwood's annual mystery. Armed with a notebook, camera, and an insatiable curiosity, Emily delved into the town's history, poring over old records and interviewing elderly residents who had witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. It was like the whole town held its breath, Mrs. Johnson, a longtime resident, recalled with a shiver. The darkness felt unnatural, like something was watching us from beyond. Emily scribbled notes furiously, piecing together fragments of information that hinted at a pattern hidden within Crestwood's past. She discovered that the power outage had occurred annually for over 70 years, always on the same date, October 17th, the anniversary of a tragic event that had forever marked the town's collective memory. In 1948, a devastating fire had swept through Crestwood, claiming numerous lives and leaving behind scars that ran deep. The anniversary of the fire coincided with the date of the annual blackout, a chilling coincidence that sent a chill down Emily's spine. Determined to uncover the truth, Emily delved deeper into the town's archives, uncovering forgotten newspaper clippings and eyewitness accounts from the night of the fire. She learned of a local legend, a tale whispered among generations, passed down like a dark inheritance. According to the legend, on the night of October 17th, 1948, As flames consumed Crestwood's streets and homes, a mysterious figure was said to have appeared at the edge of town. Clad in a cloak of shadows, eyes ablaze with an unearthly light, the figure was rumored to possess powers beyond mortal comprehension, a harbinger of doom or salvation, depending on who told the tale. As Emily pieced together the fragments of the legend, she began to suspect a connection between the figure and Crestwood's annual blackout. Was it possible that the mysterious entity was somehow linked to the town's electrical disturbances, a manifestation of unresolved trauma seeking acknowledgement and closure? Armed with her findings, Emily confronted Mayor Evelyn Hartley, who had weathered countless blackout nights with stoic determination. Together, they sifted through historical documents and testimonies, searching for clues that might shed light on Crestwood's enduring mystery. "Well, it's more than just a blackout," Mayor Hartley murmured, her gaze fixed on a faded photograph from 1948. "It's a reminder of what we lost, and what we've yet to understand." With Mayor Hartley's support, Emily embarked on a campaign to raise awareness about Crestwood's history and the significance of October 17th. She organized community events, facilitated discussions among residents, and lobbied the electric company for increased transparency regarding the annual blackout. Slowly, the veil of uncertainty began to lift in Crestwood. Residents shared their stories, confronting long-held fears and embracing the town's rich tapestry of triumphs and tragedies. October 17th became a day of remembrance and reconciliation, a time to honor the past while looking towards the future with hope and resilience. And on that fateful date, as midnight approached once more, Emily stood alongside Mayor Hartley and the townspeople gathered in Crestwood's central square. The air crackled with anticipation, mingled with a newfound sense of unity and understanding. As the clock struck 12, the town held its breath, waiting, watching, and believing in the power of collective memory to illuminate the darkest corners of history. And as if in response to their shared resolve, the lights of Crestwood flickered back to life, casting a warm glow upon the faces of its resilient inhabitants. The annual blackout had come to an end, but Crestwood's journey towards healing had only just begun. Through courage, compassion, and a commitment to truth, the town had transformed a mystery into a testament of community strength, a beacon of resilience that shone brightly against the backdrop of uncertainty. And as Emily looked out upon the faces of those gathered, she knew that Crestwood's story would endure, a reminder that even in the face of the unexplained, hope could illuminate the path forward, one step at a time. Story 25. In the quiet, picturesque town of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and ancient oak trees, there stood a quaint antique shop known as Eleanor's Treasures. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, where each piece told a story of days gone by and memories etched into the grain of weathered wood. It was on a crisp autumn morning that Emily, a curious young woman with a penchant for all things vintage, stumbled upon a hidden gem, an antique music box tucked away in the corner of Eleanor's shop. Its polished mahogany exterior gleamed under the soft glow of sunlight filtering through lace curtains, while intricate carvings of flowers and vines adorned its delicate surface. Intrigued by its timeless beauty, Emily gently lifted the music box and turned it over in her hands. The faint scent of lavender and old books lingered in the air as she traced her fingers along its smooth edges, marveling at the craftsmanship that had gone into its creation. "Isn't she a beauty?" Eleanor's voice rang out from behind the counter, her eyes twinkling with the warmth of someone who had spent a lifetime surrounded by treasures. "That music box has quite the tale to tell, if you're willing to listen." Emily looked up, her curiosity piqued. "A tale? What do you mean?" Eleanor smiled knowingly, her gaze drifting towards the music box in Emily's hands. That box belonged to the Fairchild family, a wealthy clan who once lived in the grand estate on the outskirts of town. Legend has it that the music box was a gift from Mr. Fairchild to his beloved wife, Eleanor Fairchild, on their wedding day. Emily listened intently as Eleanor recounted the story woven into the fabric of Willowbrook's history, a tale of love, loss, and the mysterious haunting that had plagued the Fairchild estate for generations. It was said. Eleanor continued, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper, that Eleanor Fairchild adored the music box and cherished it dearly. But after her untimely death, strange occurrences began to plague the estate. Servants reported hearing eerie melodies emanating from empty rooms, and some even claimed to have seen Mrs. Fairchild's ghost gliding through the halls, her ethereal presence accompanied by the haunting strains of the music box. Emily shivered, captivated by the haunting tale that seemed to breathe life into the antique music box cradled in her hands. What happened to the music box after that? Eleanor's expression grew solemn. The estate fell into disrepair over the years, and eventually the remaining Fairchild heir decided to sell off the family's possessions, including the music box. It found its way here, to my little shop, where it has sat quietly ever since. Unable to resist the allure of the music box and the story it carried, Emily decided to purchase it, its haunting melody whispering promises of untold mysteries and forgotten secrets. That night, as Emily sat in her cozy apartment overlooking the town square, she carefully wound up the music box and listened as its enchanting melody filled the room. The tune was melancholy yet strangely comforting, weaving a spell of nostalgia and intrigue around her. Days turned into weeks, and Emily found herself captivated by the music box's unpredictable nature. Sometimes, in the dead of night, she would awaken to the faint strains of its eerie melodies drifting through the air, as if the music box had a mind of its own. Puzzled yet fascinated, Emily sought answers. She consulted experts and delved into the history of the Fairchild family, uncovering old newspaper clippings and dusty manuscripts that spoke of tragedy and unresolved sorrow. It was during one particularly stormy night that the music box revealed its true nature. Thunder rumbled in the distance as Emily sat by the window, watching raindrops trace ephemeral paths down the glass. The room was bathed in a soft, flickering light from the fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Without warning, the music box began to play, a tune so hauntingly beautiful that Emily's breath caught in her throat. The melody swirled around her like a gentle breeze, carrying with it echoes of a love lost and a soul yearning for peace. Mesmerized, Emily followed the music box as it glided across the room, its melody growing stronger with each passing note. It seemed to beckon her towards the window, where the storm raged outside like a tempestuous symphony. As she reached out to touch the music box, a chill ran down Emily's spine, a sensation of another presence in the room, unseen yet undeniably real. The air crackled with energy as the music box continued to play, its tune weaving a tapestry of emotions that transcended time and space. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the music box fell silent, leaving Emily standing by the window with her heart racing and her mind spinning with questions. In the days that followed, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that the music box held the key to unlocking the mystery of Eleanor Fairchild and the haunting that had plagued her family for generations. She spent hours researching, poring over old letters and artifacts, determined to uncover the truth hidden within its delicate melodies. Finally, after weeks of painstaking investigation, Emily stumbled upon a clue, an ancient diary belonging to Eleanor Fairchild herself. In its pages, Eleanor poured out her heart, confessing her undying love for her husband and her anguish over their tragic separation. But it was the final entry that sent a shiver down Emily's spine, a cryptic passage that hinted at a pact made in desperation and a vow to remain together, even beyond the veil of death. Armed with newfound knowledge and a deep understanding of Eleanor's plight, Emily returned to Willowbrook determined to honor the legacy of the Fairchild family and the haunting melody that had bound their spirits together for eternity. She visited Eleanor's grave and the town cemetery, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors beneath the sprawling oak trees. With trembling hands, Emily placed the music box on Eleanor's tombstone, its melody echoing through the quiet stillness of the afternoon. And as she stood there, surrounded by the whispering leaves and the gentle hum of nature, Emily felt a sense of peace wash over her, a profound understanding of the power of love and the enduring legacy of those who leave behind more than just memories. From that day forward, the haunting melody of the music box faded into legend, a tale whispered among the townsfolk of Willowbrook, a reminder of the bonds that transcend time and the enduring power of music to heal the heart and soothe the soul. Story 26. The small town of Oakwood nestled in the valley between two towering mountains, where the whispers of the wind danced through the branches of ancient oaks and the streets lay quiet under the blanket of night. Among its many peculiarities, Oakwood harbored a mystery that had confounded residents for generations, the phenomenon of the vanishing footsteps. It was said that on certain moonlit nights when the air was crisp and the stars shimmered like diamonds overhead, faint footsteps could be heard echoing down an otherwise deserted street. The sound, soft yet distinct, would startle the occasional late-night wanderer or vigilant resident peering out from behind curtains. Among those intrigued by this enigma was Liam Connolly, a local historian with a penchant for unraveling Oakwood's hidden histories. Liam spent his days poring over dusty archives and faded photographs, piecing together the tapestry of the town's past. Yet it was the mystery of the vanishing footsteps that captured his imagination like no other. One chilly autumn evening, as the town lay ensconced in the embrace of twilight, Liam found himself strolling down Main Street. The cobblestone pathway beneath his feet echoed with each step, a symphony of solitude that resonated through the quietude of Oakwood after dark. As he passed by the quaint shops and shuttered storefronts, a faint sound caught Liam's attention, a rhythmic pattern, like the gentle tap-tap-tap of shoes against pavement. He paused, his breath forming misty tendrils in the crisp night air, and strained to listen. Sure enough, the footsteps persisted, a cadence that seemed to draw nearer. Yet when Liam turned to see who approached, the street remained empty. Confusion mingled with curiosity as he ventured further along the path, following the phantom echoes that led him deeper into the heart of Oakwood's mystery. With each passing night, Liam's fascination grew. He sought the counsel of elders who had lived in Oakwood for decades, their faces etched with lines of wisdom and stories of times long past. They spoke in hushed tones of the footsteps, their origins shrouded in speculation and superstition, passed down through generations like an heirloom of intrigue. "It's the spirit of old Jacob Wallace," Mrs. Abernathy, the town's oldest resident, whispered one chilly evening by the hearth of her cozy cottage. He walked these streets in search of his lost love, Sarah, whose spirit never found peace. The tale of Jacob and Sarah Wallace had become legend in Oakwood, a tragic love story that ended in sorrow and separation. According to local lore, Jacob, a prosperous merchant, had met Sarah, a beautiful seamstress, during a summer festival decades ago. Their love blossomed amidst the laughter and music that filled the town square, yet fate had other plans. On a stormy night, Jacob's carriage overturned on the treacherous mountain pass, claiming his life and leaving Sarah to mourn his passing. Heartbroken and desolate, she wandered the streets of Oakwood in search of solace, her footsteps echoing in the silence of the night until her own untimely demise. Liam listened intently to Mrs. Abernathy's tale, his mind racing with questions that begged for answers. Could it be that the echoes of footsteps heard on lonely nights were the spectral remnants of Jacob and Sarah's eternal longing, intertwined with the fabric of Oakwood's storied past? Determined to uncover the truth, Liam embarked on a quest that spanned moonlit nights in shadowed alleyways, his footsteps echoing in harmony with the phantom cadence that guided his path. He visited Jacob and Sarah's graves, nestled side by side in the town's quaint cemetery, where time had weathered their tombstones but not their enduring love. As the seasons turned and Oakwood embraced the chill of winter, Liam's perseverance bore fruit. On a night when the moon hung low in the sky, casting silvery beams that illuminated the cobblestone streets, he heard the footsteps once more, a steady rhythm that approached from the mist-shrouded horizon. Heart racing, Liam turned to behold a spectral figure, a man in antiquated attire, his features obscured by the veil of time yet imbued with an ethereal luminescence. Beside him walked a woman, her form translucent yet radiant, her gaze fixed on the figure of Jacob with a love that transcended the boundaries of mortality. Jacob and Sarah's spirits walked hand in hand down Main Street, their footsteps echoing in harmony with the beating of Liam's heart. For a fleeting moment, time stood still, a testament to the enduring power of love that defied the passage of years and the veil between worlds. As dawn broke over the horizon, bathing Oakwood in hues of rose and gold, the spirits of Jacob and Sarah vanished into the morning mist. Liam stood in silent reverence, his soul touched by the poignant beauty of their eternal bond and the mysteries that lingered in the heart of his beloved town. From that night onward, the echoes of footsteps down Oakwood's empty streets became a reminder, a testament to the enduring power of love and the spirits that walked among them, their presence a whisper in the wind that carried the tales of generations past. And as Liam continued his journey through Oakwood's storied history, he carried with him the knowledge that some mysteries were meant to be embraced, their secrets woven into the fabric of the town's timeless tapestry. Story 27. Along the banks of the tranquil river Serenity, where willow trees draped their long tendrils into the water and the breeze carried whispers of forgotten tales, there wandered a figure that stirred both curiosity and unease among the townsfolk. She was known as the Weeping Woman, a spectral presence clothed in a flowing white dress, whose sorrowful cries echoed across the stillness of twilight before she vanished into the mists. Among those who had encountered her was Mara, a young woman of gentle demeanor and an insatiable curiosity about the mysteries that shrouded her hometown. Mara had heard the tales of the Weeping Woman since childhood, a specter said to appear without warning, her ethereal form veiled in sorrow and her haunting sobs piercing the tranquility of the river's edge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, Mara found herself drawn to the riverbank. The day had been long and arduous, filled with the mundane tasks of village life, yet her thoughts had lingered on the tales that had captivated her imagination since youth. Standing beneath the canopy of willow branches that swayed gently in the evening breeze, Mara scanned the river's edge, a place where the boundary between the living and the unseen seemed to blur. The water whispered softly as it lapped against the shore, a rhythmic cadence that matched the beating of Mara's heart. And then she saw her, a figure clad in a billowing white dress, her form shimmering in the fading light. The Weeping Woman stood with bowed head, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs that seemed to echo across the river. Mara's breath caught in her throat as she watched this scene unfold before her. The tales had always seemed distant, woven into the fabric of folklore and superstition. Yet here, in the quiet solitude of twilight, the Weeping Woman stood, a poignant reminder of the mysteries that lurked just beyond the veil of the known. Driven by a mixture of fear and compassion, Mara approached the Weeping Woman cautiously, her footsteps barely stirring the carpet of fallen leaves beneath her feet. The air grew heavy with the weight of unspoken sorrow, a palpable presence that enveloped Mara in a shroud of empathy. "Who are you?" Mara ventured softly, her voice barely a whisper in the gathering dusk. The weeping woman raised her head slowly, her tear-streaked face illuminated by the last rays of sunlight. Her eyes, pools of darkness tinged with an otherworldly luminescence, met Mara's gaze with a sorrow that transcended words. "I am lost," the weeping woman replied. Her voice a fragile echo carried on the evening breeze. "Lost between worlds, bound by grief that knows no end." Mara's heart ached at the raw anguish that permeated the weeping woman's words. She longed to offer solace, yet she knew not how to comfort a spirit whose existence was intertwined with the ebb and flow of the river's currents. "Can I help you?" Mara asked tentatively, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The weeping woman's gaze softened, a flicker of gratitude illuminating her sorrow-stricken features. "You offer kindness," she murmured, her words a fragile melody that stirred Mara's soul. Kindness is a balm to a heart weighed down by sorrow. With each passing moment, Mara felt a bond, a connection that transcended the boundaries of the tangible world. She sensed the weeping woman's longing, her yearning for release from the chains of grief that bound her to the river's edge. "Tell me your story," Mara urged gently, her voice a beacon of compassion in the gathering darkness. And so the weeping woman spoke, a tale woven from threads of love and loss, of a life cut short by tragedy and a soul condemned to wander the riverbank in eternal lament. She had been a bride-to-be, her heart brimming with dreams of a future entwined with her beloveds. But fate had intervened cruelly, snatching away her happiness and leaving her adrift in a liminal realm between the worlds of the living and the dead. As the weeping woman recounted her tale, Mara listened with rapt attention, a witness to the anguish that had etched itself upon the spirit's ethereal form. She felt a surge of empathy, a deep-seated desire to ease the weeping woman's burden and offer her the peace she sought. "You are not alone," Mara whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Your story will not be forgotten. Let me help you find peace." With those words, Mara extended her hand, a gesture of solidarity and compassion. The weeping woman regarded her with gratitude, her spectral form shimmering faintly in the twilight's embrace. And then, as if responding to Mara's offer of solace, the weeping woman's presence began to fade, a gentle wisp of mist that dissolved into the ether. Mara watched in awe as the spirit vanished, her sorrowful cries echoing softly across the river before fading into silence. In the quiet solitude of twilight, Mara stood alone upon the riverbank, her heart heavy yet uplifted by the knowledge that she had borne witness to a spirit's longing and offered the gift of empathy. The tales of the weeping woman would endure, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the unbreakable bond between the living and the departed. Story 28. In the heart of Brooksdale, a quaint town known for its cobblestone streets and charming Victorian architecture, stood an ornate clock tower in the bustling town square. For generations, the townsfolk relied on its steady chimes and precise timekeeping to mark the rhythm of their daily lives. Yet, every so often, a peculiar phenomenon would unfold, one that defied explanation and left those who witnessed it questioning the very nature of time itself. It began on an unusually warm afternoon in early spring. The townspeople had gathered in the square for the weekly farmers' market, where stalls brimmed with fresh produce and artisans showcased their handcrafted goods. Children laughed and played, while adults mingled beneath the shade of towering oak trees that encircled the square. Among the bustling crowd was Emily Turner, a young artist known for her whimsical watercolor paintings inspired by the beauty of Brooksdale. She had set up her easel near the fountain that gurgled softly in the center of the square, capturing the vibrant scene with delicate strokes of her brush. As Emily worked, she glanced up at the clock tower, its golden hands ticking steadily towards midday. But as the hour approached, a hush fell over the square, and Emily's gaze returned to the clock just in time to witness a startling transformation. The hands of the clock began to blur, as if melting under an unseen heat. Time itself seemed to warp and distort, casting ripples of uncertainty over the faces of the onlookers. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they watched in disbelief. The once familiar clock face now melting like molten wax, its numbers and features melting into a surreal, amorphous mass. Emily's heart raced as she witnessed the spectacle, her artistic instincts urging her to capture the bizarre scene unfolding before her eyes. With trembling hands, she painted furiously, capturing the clock's transformation with vivid colors and bold strokes, each brushstroke a reflection of the surreal experience that gripped the town square. As the clock melted, a palpable sense of disorientation swept through the crowd. Some covered their eyes in disbelief, while others murmured in confusion, trying to make sense of the inexplicable event. Time itself seemed to stretch and contract, bending reality in ways that defied logical explanation. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the melting clock froze. The distorted face settled into a new configuration, a strange amalgamation of melting lines and distorted numerals frozen in time. The once steady tick-tock resumed, though the clock's appearance remained forever altered, a testament to the mysterious phenomenon that had gripped Brooksdale's town square. In the aftermath of the event, Emily's painting of the melting clock gained widespread attention, drawing visitors from far and wide to witness the town square's enigmatic timepiece for themselves. Scholars and scientists descended upon Brooksdale, each offering their own theories and hypotheses to explain the clock's peculiar behavior. Some speculated that electromagnetic anomalies in the Earth's crust could have caused the clock's metal components to temporarily liquefy under specific conditions. Others theorized that it was a collective hallucination, a mass illusion triggered by psychological factors and heightened emotions. Yet, despite the multitude of theories, no conclusive explanation could fully account for the melting clock's phenomenon. It remained an enigma, a symbol of Brooksdale's enduring mystique and the boundless mysteries that lay hidden within its quaint cobblestone streets. Over time, the townspeople grew accustomed to the occasional melting of the clock. They embraced its unpredictability, weaving tales and legends that celebrated its uniqueness and the sense of wonder it inspired. Emily continued to paint, capturing the ever-changing face of the clock with each new occurrence, her artwork evolving alongside the town's fascination with its peculiar timepiece. And so, in the heart of Brooksdale's town square, amid the laughter of children and the chatter of market vendors, the melting clock stood as a silent witness to the passage of time, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary mysteries could unfold, leaving an indelible mark on those who dared to gaze upon them. Story 29. In the quaint town of Briarwood, nestled amidst rolling hills and surrounded by lush forests, there existed an air of tranquility that belied its rich history. Yet beneath the surface of this idyllic setting, whispers of a peculiar phenomenon persisted among the townsfolk, a mystery that defied explanation and left many in awe and trepidation. It began with subtle hints, faint traces of perfume that would linger in the air long after the passing of its wearer, or the lingering aroma of cigar smoke that would waft through empty rooms, invoking memories of a bygone era. These phantom smells, as they came to be known, had become a part of Briarwood's folklore, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and curiosity that captivated the imagination of residents young and old. Among those intrigued by the mystery was Evelyn Carter, a local historian with a passion for unraveling the secrets hidden within Briarwood's storied past. With her trusty journal and a determination fueled by curiosity, Evelyn embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the phantom smells that had become a hallmark of the town's enigmatic charm. Her journey led her through dusty archives and forgotten attics, where she sifted through old photographs and yellowed newspaper clippings that spoke of days when Briarwood thrived as a bustling hub of commerce and culture. It was during one such exploration that Evelyn stumbled upon a photograph, a faded portrait of a woman with hauntingly familiar features, her dark curls framing a face that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Intrigued, Evelyn traced the photograph's origins to an old mansion nestled on the outskirts of town, a majestic estate known as Hawthorne Manor, once the residence of the esteemed Hawthorne family, who had played a pivotal role in Briarwood's history. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Evelyn set out for Hawthorne Manor, its weathered stone facade standing testament to a bygone era of opulence and intrigue. The air was crisp with the scent of autumn leaves as she approached the grand entrance, where towering columns flanked the imposing double doors that creaked open with a reluctant groan. Inside, the mansion exuded an air of faded elegance, its once grand halls lined with portraits of generations past and furniture draped in dust-covered sheets. Evelyn's footsteps echoed on the marble floors as she ventured deeper into the heart of Hawthorne Manor, guided by a sense of purpose and the lingering traces of perfume that hung in the air like a delicate veil. It was in the drawing room that Evelyn encountered the first whisper of the mansion's secrets, a faint scent of roses that enveloped her senses, transporting her to a time when laughter and music filled these hallowed halls. She closed her eyes, allowing the fragrance to wash over her, a silent ode to the woman in the photograph whose presence seemed to linger in every corner of the room. As Evelyn delved deeper into Hawthorne Manor's history, she uncovered tales of love and loss, of scandals whispered behind closed doors, and of a forbidden romance that had sparked a feud between the Hawthorne family and their neighbors, a tale as old as Briarwood itself, yet shrouded in mystery and half-truths. It was during one moonlit night, as Evelyn pored over old letters in the mansion's library, that she experienced the full extent of the phantom smell's power. The room was bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, casting flickering shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of leather-bound volumes and dusty tomes. Suddenly, the air around Evelyn grew heavy with the unmistakable scent of cigar smoke, a rich, earthy aroma that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Startled yet undeterred, she looked up from her reading, her heart racing as she searched for the source of the phantom smell that enveloped her like a shroud. And there, standing in the dimly lit corner of the library, Evelyn saw him, a figure cloaked in shadows, his form obscured yet unmistakably present. He exuded an aura of quiet intensity, his piercing gaze fixed upon Evelyn with a mixture of curiosity and longing. "Who are you?" Evelyn's voice trembled slightly as she addressed the apparition, her mind racing with a myriad of emotions and unanswered questions. The figure remained silent, his presence a silent testament to the mysteries that lay hidden within Hawthorne Manor's walls. Slowly, Evelyn approached, her footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night as she reached out a tentative hand towards the apparition. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, the figure dissipated into the ether, leaving Evelyn standing alone in the library, with only the lingering scent of cigar smoke as evidence of his presence. In the days that followed, Evelyn continued her quest to unravel the secrets of Hawthorne Manor and the phantom smells that had guided her on this journey of discovery. She unearthed forgotten letters and diaries that spoke of lost loves and unfulfilled dreams, piecing together fragments of a story that spanned generations and transcended the boundaries of time. Through her research, Evelyn came to understand that the phantom smells were more than just echoes of the past. They were a testament to the enduring power of memory and the timeless allure of Briarwood's rich history. Each scent carried with it a story waiting to be told, a reminder that the past, no matter how distant, continues to shape the present in ways both profound and mysterious. And as Evelyn stood once more before the grand entrance of Hawthorne Manor, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had led her here, she knew that the phantom smells would forever remain a part of Briarwood's tapestry, a lingering testament to the enduring spirit of a town steeped in mystery and enchantment. Story 30. In the heart of the city, nestled between bustling modern buildings, stood a quaint antique shop known as Ephemeral Reflections. Its proprietor, Mr. Benjamin Hartley, was a stoic man with a passion for preserving relics of the past, each item in his collection a testament to bygone eras and untold stories. Among the shop's many treasures was a large, ornate mirror, a masterpiece of gilded wood and intricately carved motifs. Its surface, polished to a flawless sheen, held a mystery that intrigued and unsettled those who dared to gaze into its depths. Rumors whispered through the labyrinthine streets of the city, tales of the haunted mirror that reflected scenes from different eras, capturing glimpses of people who once owned it and their untold stories. Some claimed to have seen spectral figures lingering in the mirror's silvery embrace, their visages shifting like shadows in the flickering candlelight. One rainy afternoon, Eleanor Grant, a young historian with an insatiable curiosity for the arcane and obscure, stumbled upon Ephemeral Reflections during a leisurely stroll through the city. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she stepped across the threshold into the antique shop, where the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and ancient secrets. The mirror, positioned prominently against a weathered brick wall, beckoned Eleanor with its silent allure. Its surface shimmered with a mesmerizing luster, reflecting the dim glow of antique lamps and the dance of raindrops on cobblestone outside. Mr. Hartley, a man of few words but keen observation, greeted Eleanor with a nod of acknowledgement. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the veil of time itself, as if he too understood the mirror's enigmatic power and the stories it held within its depths. "Ah, the mirror," Mr. Hartley spoke at last, his voice a gravelly whisper that carried the weight of years spent in quiet contemplation. "It has a way of revealing truths that are often hidden from plain sight." Intrigued yet wary, Eleanor approached the mirror, her reflection merging with the faint outlines of antique furniture and forgotten relics that adorned the shop's interior. As she studied its flawless surface, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a subtle shift in the mirror's reflection, as if it yearned to unveil its secrets to an earnest seeker. Days turned into weeks, and Eleanor found herself drawn back to Ephemeral Reflections, her visits becoming a ritual of discovery and introspection. Each time she stood before the mirror, its surface seemed to ripple with a palpable energy, an echo of voices long silenced and tales left untold. It was during one such visit that Eleanor glimpsed the first flicker of truth, a scene unfolding within the mirror's silvery embrace. She saw a young woman in an elegant gown, her hair styled in intricate curls, standing before the mirror with a look of longing etched upon her delicate features. The woman's name was Elizabeth, Eleanor soon discovered, a socialite from the early 1900s who had frequented the grand ballrooms and opulent estates of the city's elite. Through meticulous research and late-night archives, Eleanor pieced together Elizabeth's life, a whirlwind of societal expectations, unrequited love, and a thirst for freedom that echoed through the annals of history. As Eleanor delved deeper into the mirror's mysteries, she uncovered other glimpses of lives intertwined with its haunted legacy. A soldier bidding farewell to his family during World War II, his stoic expression betraying the fear that gripped his heart. A struggling artist pouring his soul into a masterpiece that would never see the light of day. Each reflection bore witness to the triumphs and tribulations of those who had once owned the mirror, a kaleidoscope of human emotion and resilience. Yet, amidst the mirror's revelations, Eleanor sensed a darker undercurrent, a presence that lurked in the shadows, its intent veiled in mystery. She sought counsel from Mr. Hartley, whose steady demeanor belied a deep reverence for the supernatural forces that bound the antique shop's treasures. "The mirror is a conduit," Mr. Hartley explained one evening, his gaze fixed upon the mirror's shimmering surface. "It holds memories, echoes of lives lived and dreams unfulfilled. But beware, for not all who seek its truth are prepared for the revelations it may unveil. Undeterred by the warnings, Eleanor continued her quest to unravel the mirror's enigma. With each reflection that flickered within its depths, she felt a kinship, a shared humanity that transcended the boundaries of time and space. And as she unearthed the stories of those who had gazed into the mirror's haunting gaze, Eleanor found herself inexorably drawn into their world, a world where past and present intertwined in a tapestry of fleeting moments and eternal truths. On a moonlit night, when the city lay bathed in the soft glow of street lamps and the echo of distant laughter, Eleanor stood before the mirror once more. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light, casting a reflection that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. In that moment, Eleanor understood the mirror's gift, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of stories that transcend generations. And as she gazed into its depths, she whispered a silent vow to honor the lives that had touched hers through the mirror's haunted reflections, and to preserve their untold stories for future generations to discover and cherish. Story 31. In the outskirts of a quaint town nestled amidst sprawling meadows and ancient woodlands, there lay a serene pond known as Echo Lake. Its mirrored surface reflected the azure skies by day and the shimmering tapestry of stars by night, earning it a reputation as a place of tranquil beauty and mystical allure. Yet, amid the idyllic surroundings of Echo Lake, whispered tales circulated among the townsfolk, a phenomenon that defied explanation and stirred the depths of curiosity and apprehension alike. It was said that the pond possessed a peculiar power, a power that distorted the reflections of those who gazed into its depths. Among the townsfolk was Sarah, a spirited young woman with an insatiable thirst for adventure and a keen fascination for the mysteries that enveloped her hometown. From a young age, Sarah had heard the tales of Echo Lake, stories whispered by elders around hearth fires and embellished by children beneath the shade of ancient oak trees. But unlike many who regarded the pond with apprehension, Sarah harbored a curiosity that burned brighter with each passing day. One balmy summer afternoon, as the sun cast dappled patterns through the canopy of leaves overhead, Sarah found herself drawn to Echo Lake. She had heard whispers of its mystical properties, the way it could alter reflections, casting echoes of past and future upon the mirrored surface. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Sarah ventured toward the pond, her heart pounding with anticipation. The path leading to Echo Lake wound through a thicket of wildflowers and gnarled tree roots, their twisted forms a testament to the passage of time. As Sarah approached the water's edge, she hesitated, a moment of hesitation born of reverence for the unknown and the tantalizing promise of discovery. The pond stretched before her, its surface shimmering with the reflection of fluffy clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Sarah knelt at the water's edge, her fingers trailing through the cool, still waters as she gazed intently into the mirrored surface. At first, her reflection appeared as expected, her face framed by tousled curls of chestnut hair, her eyes sparkling with youthful curiosity. But then, as if caught in a riptide of unseen forces, the image began to distort. Sarah's reflection wavered, a flickering apparition that morphed before her eyes. In one instant, she saw herself as a child, clad in a dress of faded blue, a memory from a long-forgotten summer day spent chasing fireflies through sunlit meadows. In the next, she appeared as an elderly woman, her silver hair gathered in a bun and lines etched upon her face like the veins of ancient oak trees. Fear and wonder mingled within Sarah's heart as she watched the reflections shift and change, an enigmatic dance that defied the boundaries of time and perception. She saw herself adorned in garments she did not recognize, robes of flowing silk, armor of gleaming silver, a kaleidoscope of identities that whispered tales of lives unlived and destinies untold. Lost in the mesmerizing spectacle, Sarah reached out tentatively, her fingertips brushing against the mirrored surface. The water rippled beneath her touch, sending echoes of her reflections scattering like shards of a shattered mirror. With each ripple, the visions faded, a fleeting glimpse into the labyrinthine depths of Echo Lake's mystical allure. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting hues of crimson and gold upon the water, Sarah rose from her kneeling position. Her mind buzzed with questions that danced upon the edges of her consciousness, seeking understanding in the face of the inexplicable. "You've seen them too, haven't you?" a voice called out from behind Sarah, a voice tinged with a blend of wisdom and mischief. Turning, Sarah found herself face to face with an elderly woman, Eleanor, the town's resident sage and storyteller. Eleanor's eyes twinkled with a knowing gleam as she regarded Sarah, with an expression that mirrored the young woman's own sense of wonder. The reflections, Sarah breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. They showed me things, memories, futures, different versions of myself." Eleanor nodded knowingly, her weathered features softened by a gentle smile. "Echo Lake holds secrets," she replied cryptically. "Secrets that weave threads of possibility and truth. Its waters reflect not just what is, but what could be, what has been, and what may yet come to pass." Sarah listened intently as Eleanor spoke, a sense of awe settling upon her heart like the wings of a butterfly alighting upon a flower. She realized then that Echo Lake was more than just a pond. It was a gateway to the realms of possibility, a mirror that reflected the myriad facets of existence in all its complexity and mystery. As Sarah bid farewell to Eleanor and made her way back along the winding path through the meadows, she carried with her a newfound appreciation for the wonders that lay hidden within her hometown. The tales of Echo Lake would endure, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity, the allure of the unknown, and the timeless magic that dwelled within the mirrored depths of the pond outside town. Story 32. In the secluded village of Windermere, nestled deep within a valley cradled by ancient pine forests, a peculiar phenomenon whispered through the ages. On windy nights when the moon hung high and silver clouds raced across the sky, eerie whispers could be heard drifting through the air, as if carried by the very breath of the wind itself. The villagers spoke of these whispers in hushed tones, their stories passed down from generation to generation like cherished heirlooms. They claimed that on nights when the wind howled through the valley, voices from the past would emerge from the rustling leaves and whistling branches, their words barely discernible yet laden with an otherworldly presence. Among the villagers was Mara, a young woman with an insatiable curiosity and a deep reverence for Windermere's natural beauty. Mara had grown up listening to tales of the eerie whispers, woven into the fabric of her childhood alongside bedtime stories and lullabies. One particularly blustery night, when the air was thick with the scent of pine and the promise of impending rain, Mara ventured into the forest that bordered Windermere. The wind whistled through the branches overhead, stirring the leaves into a frenzied dance that seemed to echo the restless spirits of the past. As Mara walked deeper into the woods, guided by the faint glow of fireflies and the distant hooting of an owl, she felt a strange sensation, an electric hum in the air, like the anticipation before a storm. The whispers began as soft murmurs, indistinct and fleeting, teasing her senses with their elusive cadence. She paused, her heart quickening with a mixture of trepidation and wonder. Closing her eyes, Mara focused on the sound of the wind, allowing its invisible fingers to brush against her skin like a ghostly caress. And then, amidst the susurrus of leaves and the sigh of the breeze, she heard it, a voice, distant yet unmistakable, whispering words that resonated deep within her soul. Lost, searching, waiting. Mara's breath caught in her throat as she strained to listen, her senses attuned to the spectral echoes that seemed to transcend time itself. The voice spoke of longing and sorrow, of dreams unfulfilled and promises left unspoken, a lament carried on the wings of the wind, reaching out from the depths of history to touch the present. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, Mara followed the whispers deeper into the forest, her footsteps soft against the carpet of pine needles and moss. The moonlight filtered through the canopy above, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. With each step, the whispers grew louder, their spectral chorus weaving through the trees like a tapestry of forgotten tales. Mara sensed a presence, a fleeting glimpse of figures among the shadows, their forms ethereal and elusive, flickering at the edge of her vision. Among them, she discerned fragments of stories, a lover's plea lost to the ages, a traveler's lament for a home left behind, a mother's soothing words whispered into the night for a child long gone. The voices wove together in a haunting symphony, painting portraits of lives intertwined with the timeless rhythm of Windermere's winds. Lost in the trance of the whispers, Mara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, a sacred space where ancient stones stood sentinel amid a circle of towering pines. The whispers converged here, their echoes reverberating off the weathered stones and mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. In the center of the clearing, Mara discovered a weathered journal nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Its pages, yellowed with age and fragrant with the scent of earth and pine, bore the handwritten confessions of a soul long departed, a testament to love found and lost, to dreams chased and abandoned in the relentless passage of time. With trembling hands, Mara traced the faded ink upon the pages, absorbing the poignant echoes of a life once lived. The whispers around her intensified, their voices rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the tide, carrying with them the weight of untold stories and unfinished journeys. As dawn broke over Windermere, painting the horizon in shades of rose and gold, Mara emerged from the forest with the journal clutched to her chest, a tangible link to the whispers that had stirred her soul. She returned to the village with a newfound reverence for the mysteries that dwelled within Windermere's embrace, vowing to honor the voices of the past that continued to whisper their secrets on the wings of the wind. Story 33. In the quiet suburban town of Brooksville, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there existed a peculiar phenomenon that had long intrigued the residents, a stretch of road where the street lights flickered in a mysterious pattern, as if trying to communicate with those who dared to observe closely. The road, known simply as Whispering Hollow Lane, wound its way through a dense thicket of oak trees, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy that filtered sunlight into dappled patterns on the pavement below. It was a road less traveled, its solitude and serenity a stark contrast to the bustling streets of the town center just a few miles away. For years, whispers had circulated among the locals about the strange behavior of the street lights on Whispering Hollow Lane. Some claimed to have seen the lights flicker in a sequence that resembled Morse code, while others spoke of cryptic messages spelled out in the pattern of their blinking. Among those intrigued by the mystery was Alex Bennett, a young and curious journalist whose passion for uncovering the truth often led him down paths less traveled. Armed with a notepad and a camera, Alex set out one evening to unravel the secrets hidden within the flickering lights of Whispering Hollow Lane. The air was crisp with the scent of autumn leaves as Alex parked his car by the roadside and stepped out onto the quiet street. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the horizon as dusk settled upon the landscape. As he walked along the deserted lane, Alex couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, an eerie sensation that sent a shiver down his spine. The oak trees whispered secrets in the breeze, their branches swaying gently as if in conversation with unseen forces. And then, as if on cue, the first street light flickered to life above Alex's head. Its glow was steady at first, casting a pool of light on the pavement below. But then, without warning, the light began to blink in a rhythmic pattern, short bursts followed by longer intervals of darkness. Intrigued, Alex took out his camera, and began to document the phenomenon, capturing each blink of the streetlights as they danced in the darkness. He watched intently, his eyes scanning for any semblance of order or meaning in the pattern of their flickering. Minutes turned into hours as Alex immersed himself in the puzzle of Whispering Hollow Lane. The streetlights continued their dance of light and shadow, their flickering becoming more pronounced as if responding to Alex's presence. And then, just as Alex was about to give up hope of deciphering the mystery, he noticed a pattern emerging, a sequence of short and long blinks that seemed to spell out a message. With bated breath, he studied the blinking lights, his mind racing to decode the cryptic communication. It was then that Alex realized the lights were spelling out words, a message hidden in plain sight for those willing to see. He quickly jotted down the sequence of blinks in his notepad, each letter forming a part of the enigmatic message that had eluded the town for so long. As he pieced together the letters, a chill ran down Alex's spine, a revelation that sent a surge of excitement through his veins. The message spelled out a name that held significance to the history of Whispering Hollow Lane and the secrets buried within its shadows. Armed with newfound knowledge and a determination to uncover the truth, Alex delved deeper into the history of the lane, scouring old archives and interviewing longtime residents who had witnessed the flickering lights firsthand. Slowly, he unraveled a tale of love and loss, of a tragic accident that had claimed the life of a young woman named Emily Hawthorne, a name that resonated through the annals of Brooksville's past. Emily Hawthorne had been a beloved figure in the town, known for her kindness and generosity towards those less fortunate. Her untimely death had cast a shadow over Whispering Hollow Lane, where she had been struck down by a speeding car on a foggy night many years ago. It was said that Emily's spirit lingered on in the lane, her presence manifesting in the flickering of the streetlights, a silent plea for justice and remembrance. The townsfolk had long suspected that the lights spelled out her name as a tribute to her memory, a testament to the enduring power of love and loss. As Alex uncovered the truth behind the flickering streetlights of Whispering Hollow Lane, he realized that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped our lives and the stories etched into the fabric of time. And as he stood beneath the flickering lights, the night enveloping him in its embrace, Alex felt a sense of peace wash over him, a profound understanding of the power of perception and the beauty found in the mysteries that bound us together. For in the heart of Whispering Hollow Lane, where shadows danced and whispers lingered, Alex had discovered not just a story, but a connection to the past that would forever illuminate his path forward. Story 34. In the quiet coastal town of Mistwood, nestled between rugged cliffs and the rolling waves of the sea, there existed a phenomenon that both intrigued and unsettled its inhabitants, the mysterious fog. It was said that on certain nights, when the moon hung low in the sky and the air was still, a dense mist would roll in from the ocean, shrouding everything in an opaque veil. Among the locals, tales of the fog had become a staple of folklore and cautionary warnings. They spoke in hushed tones of its unpredictable nature, how it crept silently through the narrow streets and ancient alleyways, obscuring landmarks and familiar paths alike. Yet, it was not the physical obscurity alone that stirred unease in the hearts of Mistwood's residents. Those who had ventured into the thick of the fog spoke of an unsettling sensation, a prickling awareness of being watched by unseen eyes, of whispers carried on the chilly breeze that seemed to echo from the mist itself. Some claimed to have glimpsed fleeting shadows amidst the swirling vapors, their forms shifting and indistinct like phantoms from a half-remembered dream. One such resident who found herself inexplicably drawn to the mysteries of Mistwood's fog was Amelia Grayson, a spirited young woman with an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for unraveling enigmas that lay hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. From an early age, Amelia had sensed a kinship with the natural world, a deep connection to the ebb and flow of tides, the whisper of wind through ancient trees, and now, the embrace of Mistwood's elusive fog. It was on a cool autumn evening, when the town lay cloaked in the descending twilight and the first tendrils of mist began to weave their way through the cobbled streets, that Amelia embarked on her quest for understanding. Armed with a lantern and a sense of trepidation tinged with excitement, she ventured into the heart of the fog that had captivated her imagination since childhood. As Amelia navigated the labyrinthine paths of Mistwood, her senses heightened by the thickening mist, she became acutely aware of a presence, an unseen observer whose gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of her being. The air grew heavy with anticipation, charged with an otherworldly energy that hummed in harmony with the rhythm of her footsteps. Through the swirling haze, Amelia caught glimpses of spectral shapes, a fleeting silhouette that darted between shadow and light, its movements fluid and elusive. She pursued the apparition with a mix of determination and reverence, her heart racing with the thrill of uncovering the secrets that lay concealed within the fog's ephemeral embrace. With each step deeper into the heart of Mistwood's enigma, Amelia's perception of reality blurred, a kaleidoscope of sensations and emotions that defied rational explanation. She felt a tug on her senses, a whisper in the wind that spoke of ancient mysteries and timeless truths waiting to be unveiled. It was amidst the thickest veil of fog, where moonlight struggled to pierce the opaque shroud and the world seemed suspended in a state of ethereal suspension, that Amelia encountered the source of Mistwood's haunting presence. Before her stood a figure cloaked in mist, a spectral form with eyes that glimmered like twin stars amidst the darkness. "Who are you?" Amelia whispered, her voice trembling with a blend of fear and wonder. The figure regarded her with a solemnity that transcended words, its presence a testament to the enduring power of the unseen forces that bound Mistwood's inhabitants to its mystical heart. In that fleeting moment of communion, Amelia sensed a profound connection, a recognition of shared existence between mortal and spirit, bound by the timeless dance of life and death. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, the fog began to dissipate, its tendrils retreating like ephemeral tendrils of smoke, leaving behind a sense of clarity and revelation in its wake. Amelia stood amidst the dissipating mist, her heart heavy with the weight of newfound knowledge and the realization that some mysteries were meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. From that day forward, Mistwood's mysterious fog held a different meaning for Amelia, a symbol of the unseen threads that wove through the tapestry of life, connecting past, present, and future in an eternal dance of existence. And as she walked the familiar streets of her beloved town, Amelia carried with her the memory of the spectral figure and the profound lessons it had imparted, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity, courage, and the unyielding spirit of exploration that defined her journey through Mistwood's mist-veiled mysteries. Story 35. In the small coastal town of Misthaven, where thick fog rolled in from the sea like a shroud, there stood an old seaside cafe known as the Foggy Window. It was a quaint establishment with weathered wooden floors, cozy nooks adorned with vintage armchairs, and large windows that overlooked the mist-shrouded harbor. The cafe's namesake was derived from a peculiar phenomenon that had intrigued locals and visitors alike for generations: the mysterious disappearance of messages written on its fogged-up windows. Among the cafe's regular patrons was Daniel, a young artist with a penchant for capturing the ethereal beauty of Misthaven's fog-laden landscapes. Daniel had heard whispers of the disappearing messages, tales passed down through the town's folklore, spoken of in hushed tones over cups of steaming tea and freshly baked scones. One chilly autumn afternoon, as tendrils of mist curled around the cafe's window panes, Daniel found himself seated at his favorite corner table, a vantage point that afforded him a panoramic view of the harbor beyond. The cafe bustled with the gentle hum of conversation and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, yet Daniel's thoughts were consumed by the enigma that had long piqued his curiosity. He watched as a group of children approached one of the cafe's windows, their fingers tracing patterns in the condensation that clung to the glass like gossamer threads. Laughter bubbled from their lips as they drew whimsical shapes and playful messages, a fleeting canvas that shimmered briefly before dissolving into nothingness. Intrigued, Daniel rose from his seat and approached the window. He studied the misty surface, a blank canvas waiting to be imbued with ephemeral artistry. With a finger, he traced a delicate spiral, a gesture that left a faint trail of moisture in its wake. Seconds passed, a heartbeat suspended in time. And then, as if guided by an unseen hand, the spiral began to fade. Wisps of mist curled around its edges, swallowing it whole, until only a memory lingered in the recesses of Daniel's mind. Curiosity sparked within Daniel's heart, a spark that ignited a quest for understanding amidst the fog-laden mysteries of Misthaven. Determined to unravel the secrets of the disappearing messages, he embarked on a journey that led him deep into the annals of the town's history and the enigmatic tales that whispered through its cobblestone streets. In his pursuit of knowledge, Daniel sought the counsel of Martha, an elderly librarian whose wisdom was as vast as the ocean that embraced Misthaven's shores. Martha welcomed him into the town's antiquated library, a sanctuary of knowledge where ancient tomes and weathered manuscripts held the echoes of centuries past. Together they delved into the lore of Misthaven, a tapestry woven with threads of maritime legends and spectral encounters. Among the tales they uncovered was that of Captain Silas Gray, a seafarer whose vessel, the Phantom's Call, had vanished into the mists centuries ago, leaving behind only whispers of lost souls and unfulfilled destinies. As Daniel sifted through the pages of history, he unearthed references to an ancient ritual, a ritual performed by the sailors of old to communicate with spirits lost at sea. It was said that messages written on fogged-up windows acted as conduits, a fleeting medium through which the living could commune with the departed, if only for a fleeting moment. Armed with newfound knowledge and a sense of purpose, Daniel returned to the foggy window cafe. He gazed upon the misty windows with renewed awe, a portal to a realm where time and space converged, where messages of love, longing, and remembrance danced upon the veil of emerald condensation. With steady hands and a heart brimming with reverence, Daniel began to write, a symphony of words and images that spoke of hope and solace, of dreams whispered upon the breath of the sea. Each message he penned shimmered briefly in the foggy embrace of the windows, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the timeless allure of the unknown. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon Misthaven's mist-laden harbor, Daniel watched as his messages dissolved into the ether, a reminder that some truths were meant to be ephemeral, fleeting as the fog that embraced the town's timeless shores. In the quietude of evening, as the cafe's patrons savored their final sips of tea and the echoes of laughter faded into the twilight, Daniel knew that he had glimpsed something profound, a glimpse into the mysteries that bound Misthaven's past and present, that were woven together like threads in the tapestry of time. And as he bid farewell to the foggy window cafe, Daniel carried with him not only memories of disappearing messages but also a profound sense of wonder, a testament to the enduring magic that lingered within the mist-shrouded heart of Misthaven. Story 36. In the quiet suburb of Maplewood, nestled between rows of neatly manicured houses and tree-lined streets, there stood a playground that held a peculiar secret, a swing that moved of its own accord, under the cover of night, as if beckoned by unseen hands. The playground, a haven for laughter and play during the day, transformed into an eerie landscape after dusk. Children's laughter gave way to the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, and the soft glow of street lamps cast long shadows across the deserted swings and slides. Among the residents of Maplewood was Anna, a young woman with a penchant for adventure and a fascination with the supernatural. She had heard whispers of the haunted swing from neighbors and friends, tales spun over backyard barbecues and neighborhood gatherings. One autumn evening, curiosity got the better of Anna. Armed with a flashlight and bolstered by a sense of determination, she ventured into the playground as the sky deepened into a canvas of midnight blue. The air was crisp with the promise of impending winter, and a lone owl hooted in the distance, a solitary sentinel keeping watch over the nocturnal world. Anna approached the swing cautiously, her footsteps muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves. Moonlight filtered through the branches overhead, casting a silvery glow upon the playground equipment. The swing, painted in vibrant hues of red and blue, swayed gently in the breeze, its chains creaking softly as if in anticipation of her arrival. As Anna drew closer, she noticed a peculiar sensation, a chill that prickled the hairs on her arms, a sensation that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the swing itself. The air around her grew still, charged with an electric energy that sent a shiver down her spine. With trembling hands, Anna reached out to touch the swing, half expecting it to recoil or vanish into thin air. To her surprise, the swing felt solid and real beneath her fingertips, its chains cool to the touch, despite the warmth of the autumn night. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the playground, stirring the leaves into a whirlwind dance and causing the swing to sway more vigorously. Anna held her breath, her heart pounding in rhythm with the creaking chains as the swing moved with a purpose that defied logic and reason. Then, as if in response to an unseen command, the swing came to a gradual stop. The air grew quiet once more, the stillness broken only by the distant hum of crickets and the soft murmur of the wind through the trees. Anna stood transfixed, her mind racing with questions and possibilities. Was the swing truly haunted, or was there a rational explanation waiting to be uncovered? She glanced around the playground, searching for clues in the shadows that stretched across the grass like ink spilled on parchment. Just then, a faint whisper brushed against Anna's ear, a voice so ethereal and gentle, she almost mistook it for the wind itself. "Help me." Startled, Anna spun around, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But the playground remained empty, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight and the faint flicker of fireflies dancing among the trees. Heart pounding, Anna took a step back from the swing, her mind racing with a mixture of fear and fascination. The voice had sounded so real, so desperate, a plea that echoed through the stillness of the night, tugging at the corners of her consciousness. Driven by a sudden surge of courage, Anna resolved to unravel the mystery of the haunted swing. She returned to the playground night after night, armed with a notebook and a determination to uncover the truth behind the spectral phenomenon. She researched the history of Maplewood, delving into old archives and speaking with longtime residents who shared stories of the playground's past. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a tale of tragedy and loss that had unfolded decades ago, leaving behind a lingering presence that haunted the swing to this day. According to local legend, a young boy named Peter had once frequented the playground, his laughter echoing through the air as he soared on the swing with abandon. Tragically, Peter had met an untimely end in a nearby accident, his spirit forever bound to the place where he had once found solace and joy. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Anna returned to the swing with a renewed sense of purpose. She spoke to the air, addressing Peter with gentle words of reassurance and empathy, hoping to ease the restless spirit that lingered in the playground's shadowed corners. And as the nights passed, Anna felt a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change in the air that spoke of acceptance and understanding. The swing no longer moved with frantic urgency, but swayed gently as if cradled by invisible hands, a silent tribute to a life cut short yet never forgotten. One crisp autumn evening, as Anna stood beneath the canopy of stars and watched the swing sway in the moonlight, she felt a fleeting presence beside her, a whisper of gratitude that brushed against her cheek like a breath of wind. With a sense of closure and peace settling in her heart, Anna bid farewell to the haunted swing and the playground that had become her sanctuary of mystery. The tales of Maplewood's haunted swing persisted, woven into the fabric of the town's folklore and cherished memories, a reminder that even in the quietest corners, the echoes of the past could find solace in the embrace of those willing to listen. Story 37. In the heart of Greenwood Park, nestled amid towering oak trees and winding paths, there existed a mystery that had captured the imaginations of park-goers for generations. The sightings of shadowy figures that darted between trees under the cloak of night. only to vanish into thin air when approached. Among those intrigued by the enigma was Sarah Reynolds, a spirited young journalist with a penchant for unraveling mysteries that defied explanation. Armed with a notepad and a determination fueled by curiosity, Sarah set out one moonlit evening to uncover the truth behind the shadowy figures that haunted Greenwood Park. The park was bathed in the soft glow of the full moon, its silvery light casting eerie shadows on the dew-kissed grass. Sarah's footsteps echoed softly on the gravel path as she ventured deeper into the heart of the park, her senses alert to every rustle of leaves and distant murmur carried on the wind. As she approached a cluster of ancient oaks, Sarah caught a fleeting glimpse of movement, a flicker of darkness that seemed to materialize out of nowhere and disappear just as quickly. Her pulse quickened with excitement as she followed the elusive figures, their presence a silent dance of shadows among the trees. Through the canopy of leaves, Sarah spotted them again, two figures, their forms indistinct yet unmistakably human, like darting between the trees with an ethereal grace. They moved with a fluidity that defied the laws of nature, their movements synchronized in a silent choreography that held Sarah spellbound. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and determination, Sarah pursued the figures deeper into the labyrinth of Greenwood Park. The air grew cooler, tinged with the scent of earth and damp foliage, as she navigated the winding paths that crisscrossed through the shadows. With each step, Sarah felt a sense of anticipation building, a tantalizing glimpse of the truth that lay just beyond her reach. The figures seemed to lead her deeper into the heart of the park, their presence a puzzle waiting to be solved. And then, as Sarah rounded a bend in the path, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, a sacred grove adorned with weathered stone markers and ancient symbols etched into the ground. It was a place of quiet reverence, where the boundary between the mortal realm and the spirit world seemed to blur. Standing in the center of the clearing, Sarah sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a palpable energy that hummed in the air, electrifying her senses with a tingling sensation. The shadowy figures had stopped, their forms coalescing into a semblance of solidity as they turned to face her. With a mixture of trepidation and awe, Sarah approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. The figures regarded her with eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness, their presence a silent testament to the mysteries that lay hidden within Greenwood Park. I've been seeing you," Sarah spoke hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figures remained silent, their expressions inscrutable yet strangely comforting. They seemed to communicate through a language of gestures and movements, their hands tracing patterns in the air that Sarah struggled to decipher. And then one of the figures stepped forward, a tall, imposing silhouette with eyes that glinted with ancient wisdom. It extended a hand towards Sarah, palm upturned in a gesture of peace and understanding. As Sarah reached out tentatively, she felt a surge of warmth radiate through her, a connection forged through the unspoken language of empathy and shared curiosity. In that moment, she understood that the shadowy figures were not mere apparitions, but guardians of Greenwood Park's hidden truths. Through their guidance, Sarah learned of a forgotten history, a tale of indigenous tribes who had once revered Greenwood Park as a sacred sanctuary, a place where spirits of the earth and sky converged in harmony. The shadowy figures were spirits of the ancestors, protectors of the land who had chosen Sarah to reveal their presence to the world. With newfound clarity, Sarah embarked on a mission to honor the spirits of Greenwood Park, to share their story with the town and preserve the sanctity of the ancient grove. She documented their presence in her articles, weaving a narrative of reverence and respect for the mysteries that bound the mortal realm to the spirit world. Over time, the sightings of shadowy figures in Greenwood Park became a source of pride and wonder for the town, a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the timeless connection between past and present. Park-goers gathered at dusk to catch a glimpse of the ethereal dancers among the trees, their hearts filled with a sense of awe and gratitude for the spirits who watched over Greenwood Park with silent vigilance. And as Sarah stood beneath the canopy of ancient oaks, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, she knew that she had been chosen not just to uncover a mystery, but to forge a bond between two worlds, one tangible and the other ethereal, united in the shared legacy of Greenwood Park's shadowy figures. Story 38. In the heart of downtown, nestled amidst towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, stood an old building known simply as the Whispering Gallery. Its weathered facade, adorned with ornate carvings and arched windows that seemed to peer into the depths of time, concealed a secret that had intrigued and unsettled its inhabitants for generations. The Whispering Gallery was renowned for its peculiar acoustics, a phenomenon where whispers uttered in one corner of a room could be distinctly heard in another, as if the very walls carried secrets from decades past. Among the locals, tales of clandestine meetings, whispered confessions, and long-forgotten conversations echoed through the building's labyrinthine corridors. One such resident captivated by the Whispering Gallery's mystique was Charlotte Monroe, a young journalist with a penchant for uncovering hidden truths and unraveling the tapestry of history that lay woven within the city's oldest structures. From the moment Charlotte first set foot inside the Whispering Gallery, she sensed an energy, a palpable hum of whispers that reverberated through the air like an echo from a bygone era. Armed with a curiosity that bordered on obsession, Charlotte delved into the building's rich history, combing through archives and speaking with longtime residents who had witnessed the Whispering Gallery's uncanny phenomenon firsthand. They spoke of spectral voices that lingered in the air, their words carried on the breeze like threads woven into the fabric of time itself. As Charlotte ventured deeper into the building's enigmatic embrace, she encountered stories that spanned decades, a tapestry of love and loss, triumph and tragedy, etched into the very foundation of the Whispering Gallery. She uncovered tales of star-crossed lovers who had whispered promises of devotion amidst the shadows of moonlit rooms, their voices a haunting refrain that echoed through the years. One particularly chilly evening, when the city lay cloaked in the embrace of twilight and the first tendrils of mist began to weave their way through the cobblestone streets, Charlotte embarked on a journey to unravel the Whispering Gallery's most enduring mystery. A tale whispered in hushed tones by the building's oldest residents. It was said that within the depths of the Whispering Gallery's grand ballroom, a sprawling expanse of polished wood floors and soaring ceilings, the echoes of a fateful encounter still lingered. Decades ago, on a stormy night much like this one, a clandestine meeting had taken place between two figures whose identities remained shrouded in secrecy. Charlotte stood in the center of the ballroom, her footsteps echoing softly against the polished floorboards as she sought to unearth the truth that lay concealed within the Whispering Gallery's whispered tales. The air was heavy with anticipation, charged with an otherworldly energy that seemed to pulse in harmony with the beat of her heart. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the night, Charlotte heard it, a faint murmur, like the rustle of silk against skin, that danced on the edge of perception. She followed the sound, her senses attuned to the subtle vibrations that guided her through the dimly lit corridors and shadowed alcoves of the Whispering Gallery. As she rounded a corner, Charlotte stumbled upon a hidden alcove, a secluded space where time seemed to stand still. Within its confines stood two figures, a man and a woman, their faces obscured by the veil of years, yet their presence undeniable. Their voices, tinged with emotion and longing, intertwined in a symphony of whispered confessions and heartfelt revelations. Charlotte listened, enraptured by the intimacy of their exchange, a conversation that transcended the boundaries of time and space, weaving a tapestry of human connection and profound understanding. In that fleeting moment, she glimpsed the essence of the Whispering Gallery's enduring allure, a testament to the enduring power of words spoken in confidence, secrets shared in shadows, and the echoes of lives lived in the hallowed halls of history. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the Whispering Gallery's weathered facade, Charlotte emerged from its embrace with a newfound reverence for the mysteries that had drawn her in. She carried with her the echoes of voices, fleeting whispers that lingered in the corners of her mind, a testament to the timeless allure of the Whispering Gallery and the enduring power of stories that transcend the passage of time. Story 39. In the quaint neighborhood of Willowbrook, nestled between verdant hills and ancient oak trees, there stood a charming Victorian house known as Briarwood Manor. It was a home steeped in history, its walls whispering tales of generations past and secrets woven into the fabric of its very foundation. Among the current inhabitants of Briarwood Manor were the Montgomery family, Jonathan, a historian with a penchant for collecting antique artifacts, his wife Evelyn, an artist whose canvases captured the essence of nature's beauty, and their young daughter Amelia, a spirited child with a knack for discovering wonder in the most unexpected places. Life at Briarwood Manor was idyllic, a haven where sunlight filtered through stained glass windows and laughter echoed through its spacious halls. Yet, amidst the tranquil beauty of their home, the Montgomerys found themselves entangled in a mystery that defied rational explanation, the curious case of the lost keys. It began innocuously enough. Jonathan, with his penchant for preserving relics of the past, had acquired a collection of antique keys, each one a testament to bygone eras and untold stories. He kept them stored in a small, intricately carved wooden drawer in his study, a drawer that had once belonged to a 19th century explorer, rumored to have traversed distant lands in search of lost civilizations. One brisk autumn morning, as the sun cast long shadows across Briarwood Manor's polished floors, Jonathan reached for the keys in anticipation of a planned visit to the local historical society. To his bewilderment, the drawer was empty, devoid of the keys he had meticulously arranged just days before. Perplexed, Jonathan searched high and low, scouring every corner of his study in a futile attempt to locate the missing keys. Evelyn, equally puzzled by their sudden disappearance, joined in the search, her artistic eye scanning each room for any sign of the elusive artifacts. Days turned into weeks, yet the keys remained elusive, vanished without a trace, leaving the Montgomerys baffled and intrigued in equal measure. They exchanged theories over cups of steaming tea in the cozy warmth of their kitchen, debating the possibility of a mischievous spirit or a forgotten enchantment lingering within the walls of Briarwood Manor. It was young Amelia, with her boundless curiosity and keen intuition, who stumbled upon a clue that would unravel the mystery. One rainy afternoon, while playing in the attic, an attic filled with dusty trunks and forgotten treasures, Amelia discovered a peculiar journal tucked beneath a stack of old newspapers. The journal belonged to Emily Hawthorne, the original owner of Briarwood Manor, a spirited woman known for her love of adventure and enigmatic tales of lost keys and hidden passageways. Intrigued, Amelia flipped through the weathered pages, her fingers tracing the faded ink that chronicled Emily's encounters with a mysterious phenomenon. According to Emily's journal, keys left in a certain drawer within Briarwood Manor would inexplicably vanish, only to reappear in odd places days later. She spoke of fleeting glimpses of shimmering lights and whispers carried on the breeze, signs of a lingering enchantment that bound the house to its enigmatic past. Armed with newfound knowledge and a sense of determination, the Montgomerys embarked on a quest to unravel the secrets that lay hidden within Briarwood Manor's storied halls. They retraced Emily's footsteps, piecing together clues left behind by generations past, a journey that led them deeper into the heart of the mystery that had captured their imaginations. As days turned into months, The Montgomerys discovered hidden compartments behind bookcases, secret doors concealed within walls, and passages that whispered tales of bygone eras. With each revelation, they felt a deeper connection to Briarwood Manor, a connection that transcended time and bound them to the spirits of those who had walked its halls before. And then one crisp spring morning, as sunlight filtered through stained glass windows and painted rainbows upon polished floors, Jonathan ventured into his study once more. To his astonishment, the antique keys lay nestled within the drawer, a sight that filled his heart with wonder and gratitude. The mystery of the lost keys had finally been unraveled, a testament to the enduring magic that dwelled within Briarwood Manor and the bond that united the Montgomerys with its storied past. As they gathered around the hearth that evening, sharing stories and laughter beneath the glow of flickering candlelight, they knew that Briarwood Manor would forever hold a place in their hearts, a home where mysteries were embraced and enchantments were woven into the very fabric of their lives. Story 40. In the heart of Rivertown, a picturesque riverside community known for its rich history and close-knit residents, a mysterious discovery sent ripples of intrigue through its quaint streets. A long-forgotten time capsule unearthed during renovations of the town's historic courthouse. The capsule, encased in weathered copper and sealed with rusted bolts, had lain undisturbed beneath the courthouse steps for over a century. Its contents, carefully preserved, despite the passage of time, offered a glimpse into the lives and aspirations of Rivertown's past inhabitants. Among the items unearthed were yellowed newspapers detailing the inauguration of the courthouse in 1892, a collection of sepia-toned photographs capturing the town's bustling market square and dusty thoroughfares, and a handwritten ledger documenting the names and professions of those who had attended the capsule's burial ceremony over 100 years ago. But it was the discovery of a small, leather-bound journal tucked beneath layers of protective wrapping that captured the attention of Olivia Bennett, Rivertown's resident historian and curator of the local museum. As she carefully pried open the fragile cover, her fingers trembling with anticipation, Olivia uncovered a series of handwritten entries penned in elegant script. The journal belonged to Elias Hartley, a prominent businessman and philanthropist who had played a pivotal role in Rivertown's early development. His entries, dated from the late 19th century, chronicled his vision for the town's future, as well as cryptic warnings and prophecies that would soon stir the curiosity of Rivertown's present-day inhabitants. As Olivia transcribed Elias Hartley's words into her meticulous notes, she discovered passages that seemed eerily prescient in hindsight, a testament to the foresight and uncertainty that had defined Rivertown's evolution over the decades. In one entry dated July 14th, 1892, Elias Hartley wrote of his dreams for Rivertown's prosperity, envisioning bustling factories and thriving commerce along the riverbanks. Yet nestled among his aspirations were veiled warnings of impending challenges, cryptically alluding to storms on the horizon and shadows that linger unseen. In another entry from January 5, 1895, Hartley recounted a vivid dream of a devastating flood that swept through Rivertown streets, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He described the panicked cries of townsfolk and the relentless roar of the river, a vision that would haunt Olivia as she read, given the town's history of periodic flooding that had shaped its resilience over the years. But it was the final entry, dated October 17, 1897, that sent a chill down Olivia's spine, a date etched in Rivertown's collective memory as a day of reckoning, forever tied to a tragic event that had reshaped the town's destiny. In the quiet hours before dawn, Hartley wrote, his words etched with urgency, "I see shadows stirring in the depths of Rivertown's soul. Beware the whispers of men who wear masks of virtue, for their deceit shall sow seeds of discord that will echo through generations." Olivia pondered the cryptic warning, her mind racing with possibilities. Could Elias Hartley have foreseen the political upheaval and scandal that had rocked Rivertown in the early 20th century, leaving scars that still lingered in the fabric of its community? Determined to unravel the mystery of Hartley's warnings, Olivia embarked on a journey through Rivertown's archives, poring over old newspapers, town records, and personal correspondence preserved in the museum's collection. She sought clues that would shed light on the events that had shaped Hartley's prophetic visions and the impact they had on Rivertown's past and present. With each discovery, Olivia unearthed echoes of Hartley's warnings embedded in the town's history, a series of decisions and consequences that had shaped Rivertown's growth and resilience over the decades. From political scandals to economic downturns and social upheavals, the threads of Hartley's prophecies wove a tapestry of insight into the complexities of human ambition and the enduring spirit of community. As Olivia shared her findings with Rivertown's residents, a sense of reverence and curiosity enveloped the town, a newfound appreciation for the legacy of Elias Hartley and the timeless wisdom preserved within the pages of his journal. The time capsule, once a relic of the past, became a symbol of Rivertown's resilience and a testament to the enduring power of foresight and reflection. And as Rivertown continued to evolve in the embrace of its storied past, Olivia remained vigilant, knowing that the lessons of history and the warnings of those who came before would guide its journey into an uncertain future, a future shaped by the echoes of a time capsule's timeless prophecies.